Thursday.
All right. We are back. Welcome to Tales of Winternoct and the Tale of Cybil Spear, Book 3, Chapter 15, our primary actual play D&D 5e campaign. I'm Silver, and in case you have forgotten, I'll be your storyteller this evening. With me are our players, Dustin, Saga, Conrad, and AJ. Jeff is on his way, will be a little bit delayed, and unfortunately Ernie will not be with us tonight, but we'll have him back next week. Complications barred, we will have that. With all of that, for those of you tuning in for the first time, or if you've missed a session, I'd like to encourage you to check out previous sessions on our YouTube channel. Also like to direct you to our Discord server to join our community and interact with us, and also to our Instagram. Links to all can be found in the About section of the Twitch channel, somewhere on the page. Before we begin, I want to thank Smiteworks for Fantasy Grounds art, virtual tabletop of choice, Sirenscape for amazing ambient sound effects and music, some of which you should be hearing now, Discord for our voice and video, and Wizards of the Coast for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, the game we play. Tales of Winternoct is not sponsored by, nor are we an official representative of any of these companies, and the views and statements made during our game do not in any way represent those of the companies. We will be continuing our follower giveaway tonight during the stream, where we'll be giving away a lovely sticker sheet featuring art of the party members created by the amazing AJ up in that corner, I think. Somewhere up above me. To enter the giveaway, redeem 100 channel points to activate the enter giveaway option, and then join our Discord server. Again, links to that can be found in the About section. Everyone eligible can enter once per stream and accumulate multiple entries until we reach 90 followers, at which time we will choose one entry as a winner. If you are chosen as the winner of the giveaway, you will be contacted on Discord to get your mailing address to send you your lovely prize. With all of that stuff out of the way, previously on the Tale of Cybil Spear. Cybil Spear, a group of 6 strangers brought together through tragedy to combat various threats in the world of Winternoct, and along the way, being caught in the web of an otherworldly entity known only as the Dreamer. Their current journey has brought them to Torslin, the northern homeland of the party's barbarian Jofridir. Arriving in the port city of Riab, they met Aliona, Jofridir's beloved, who traveled with them as they ventured to Jofridir's home of Snodeskull. They arrived to find the town seemingly abandoned, and after some investigation, they found the children of the village alive and well under the care of a nearby lighthouse keeper named Helen. However, no adult residents could be found alive. The party discovered the bodies of numerous adults, including Jofridir's brother Ivor and the village elder Herdert. The whereabouts of the rest remains a mystery. During an investigation of the Bjorn Temple, Jofridir was possessed by the ghost of Ivor, and the party put the bodies of the fallen to rest, and Helen and Aliona agreed to take care of the children. With things seemingly at an end in Snodeskull, the party headed south in search of answers in Bjornsflut, the home of the clan who supposedly carried out the raid. They've been traveling for 3 full days now, encountering a hermit, Ivor's ghost, a dangerous river crossing, an overly enticing marsh, a haunted holdstead, and a band of warriors riding mammoths. Here in Torsland, it is evening on the 2nd day of Sanman, 296 years after the fall. And our tale resumes as the party settles in for a long rest after an eventful day running away from warriors mounted aboard mammoths and some fun with chasms, we'll put it that way. With that, I believe where we left off was Salinas had seen a light off in the distance, kind of dancing about as the party was setting up their camp for the night. And I guess just to get us all on the same page, are we tiny hutting?
I think so. I think that was the
Okay.
was the plan.
And
Does anyone has any objections?
probably won't be too many objections unless the tiny hut starts sucking the life force out of people. Seems like a more stable environment to sleep in. And let's see, we have a watch order worked out with Salinas and Zedri on first watch, Lonan second watch, Kiesel third watch, and Gilferdier fourth watch. Alfred, needing some rest and relaxation, is taking the night off. What does anybody have for any further nighttime activities that were not explored at the end of last session? I think we really only explored Salinas's last session. I may have cut some people off for time, so.
Digri will take care of the snow rooms if Salinas is the one who set up the tiny hut for everybody else, just to make sure that they're safe and there's nothing going to accost them or anything like that.
Do you mean take care of them or take care of them? Because, I mean, that's very...
No eliminations.
Okay.
Feed and water and make sure they are safe.
Yeah, he's bonded with a good amount of them. I know he and Mystic are pretty close, but he just wants to make sure that they're all doing okay. So he'll go ahead and spend the majority of the evening doing that. Check in on Salinas, just make sure that he's good. But I think we've established that the tiny hut is opaque, so he can't really see inside.
Yes, from the outside it is opaque. From the inside it's transparent.
Mm-hmm.
I guess to bring us back to location-wise as to where you guys ended up camping for the night, you're at the edge of a marsh. Thankfully, one that doesn't whisper to you to climb into it. The worst thing that could be said about this marsh at this point is just really rampant overland winds blowing across it. Cold, bitter winds for if you're outside of the hut. That almost kind of shriek in your ears. So hearing's going to be a little bit of an issue for watches tonight, just because that wind is just whistling in your ears on a regular basis.
The only thing Lonan's gonna do before going to bed is she's gonna work on her knitting. I mean, she does that almost every night, so.
Yeah,
In the hut.
as Alfred as Alfred doesn't have a lot of energy left from all the activities, he's just gonna spend some time with Cybil, just petting and brushing her as much as he can stay up for, at least.
Okay. All right, AJ, you said Zedri would check in with Salinas after he returns to the group.
Yeah, just to make sure that Salinas isn't falling asleep.
Well, we'd be in the pre-watch time period here. This would just be everything you guys are doing before you go turn over to watch. Nighttime meal, getting things situated, any activities that you typically do before turning in for the night. Like knitting or petting dogs.
Yeah, tending snow rooms. That'll be his be his pre-watch activity then.
All right. Well, if there's no other eventful activities, you all carry out your activities without any issues. Things are pretty calm, especially if you're inside the hut. Things staying pretty quiet. On the outside, it's a little bit more uncomfortable and not very at ease just because of the shrieking winds. But as it gets time for rest for the night and Lonan and Alfred go to turn in, I believe we have Zedri and Salinas are on first watch. So I'll need somebody to make me a perception check. And I'm going to assume that it's going to be Zedri with advantage.
Yes, go for it.
All right. First roll back. Not bad. We'll
The
take a
second
24.
the second one wasn't too
That
good
was-
though.
Hey,
Or
but
we
that's what
rolled
we
it.
did. We got advantage.
It's fine. It's
so-
advantage.
All right. One last question I'll have before we go into the meat of the watches is you got the snow rams all settled in outside, bedded down. You kind of have a little bit of a cliffside back behind you, providing a little bit of a buffer against any wind or interlopers that would come in from the east. They would be up above you. Then the marsh lies out to the west from you, and then the river is beyond the marsh. Is there anything done for warmth for the snow rams, or just counting on, hey, they're more acclimated to this, they'll be fine? I guess I'm asking pointedly as to whether the snow rams have a fire, since you guys don't need it, you're temperature controlled.
Lonan would set up a fire for them.
Okay.
And if they need it.
Do you think that is wise?
I mean, it's gonna be covered in the smoke. The wind will blow the smoke away pretty easily. The light will be hidden mostly, so.
Alright. Just slightly more concerned since we are chased down by another tribe earlier today.
Yeah, no, I was
I
thinking.
trust you. If you think the fire will be hidden, I trust your judgment.
I mean, hopefully the light will also stay lower. And it'll just be better for the slight warmth. Just in case. Because it's really cold out tonight.
If
Yeah.
you need any assistance, I could probably try to dim the flame a little bit. Not extinguish the heat, but at least make it a little bit more obscured.
Yeah, that'll be good.
No, Zidri will cast Control Flames to go ahead and dim the illumination of the fire. It just kind of stifles like the edges of it, almost like how a mirage expands outwards. It'll kind of be compressing inwards instead, and it halves the area of bright light and dim light cast by the flame. And he'll also change the color of it so that it matches more with the area around, because Porque no los dos, it does say or both.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Why not blue
I
fire?
would say your placement of the hut, you could pretty easily go and build the fire between the hut and the cliff. So it'd be pretty controlled as to where you could see it. You'd still see a little bit of a halo of light over top of the opaque hut, but it would still be blocked from most angles. So taking your precautions to keep the fire down, keep the illumination down. With the 24 perception check on the first watch. As the two of you keep your first watch, I assume from within the hut?
Yes. I have to.
Safe
at
assumption.
least.
Yeah, you have to. I guess no choice on that one. Cedric, in the hut, out of the hut.
Yeah, Zidri's like right at the edge of the hut. Maybe he'll like stick his toes out every once in a while, like he's dipping his feet into a pool, just to kind of make sure that the winds aren't getting too high. If the hut is temperature controlled, he very much wants to keep kind of a finger on the pulse of the cold temperatures. He doesn't want them to get any more hurt.
Yeah, things stay pretty steady. I mean, there's a little bit of a temperature drop just because sun further and further removed from the day. But for the most part, things stay pretty steady. The winds don't really pick up. They just kind of stay constant with that whistle, almost a shriek at times. So as you look out from within the transparent walls, The snow rams huddled together around the fire in a pretty good tight pack, using each other's body warmth to keep warm. They all seem to be pretty comfortable with the things that you've provided to them. You do notice that their breath, like puffs of cold, as they're breathing into the cold air, frigid air around them. But they seem content and comfortable. Cedra, you can give me a animal handling, I suppose. Yep. Feel pretty confident that they're safe. They're in good shape. None of them seem to be in any sort of distress. There's a faint flickering of shadows from the firelight, even though it's been dimmed down. You can still see a little bit of shadows. You see, like every once in a while, one of them will rustle or move a little bit, and they'll be just an amplified shadow, but they stay pretty good. As the wind continues its mournful howl, nothing stirs in the night, and the marsh is very still. Occasional rustling of the little bit of grasses that rise above the snow level. But your guys' watch is pretty safe, pretty quiet. Any interaction the two of you want to have during this nice, peaceful, tranquil watch? It's up to you.
Zidru does have to recast the delumination spell every hour, so he's just gonna like pop his arm out of the hut, cast it, and then kind of pull back, kind of shake his hand from the chilliness of the night air.
Anything else from the two of you? You pass in relative silence.
The three.
Yes.
I am worried about Alfred.
Okay. What facet exactly are you worried about? Like his health?
Like something is. This trip has been taking a toll on him.
Well, I mean, if we could go to a normal place, maybe we'd have a little bit of an easier time.
But this looks around the barren, frozen tundra. But this isn't normal.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Oh, you don't know if there's something that is something in particular that is bothering him, or that he's dealing with.
Because I'm Alfred's confidant? I don't understand why I, over like everybody else, would be privy to something.
Oh well, I mean, you guys are very close friends. I mean, if he might have told someone something, could have been you. I mean, I think that is probably likely.
That is fair. I mean, the other night, whenever we were going to rest, even after all of the homestead shenanigans, Alfred insisted that he was fine. I think that maybe he's acting a little more independently. But then again, I mean, I've had a streak of independence. I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing.
No. But I checked in to make sure you were all right when you started doing that too.
That is extremely fair. I don't. I don't think your worry's misplaced. I'm just not privy to anything more than you would be.
All right.
I do want to be there. I mean, if there's any help necessitated, and you found out something that you might not be able to address directly, I would be willing to step in. So I mean, if you're willing, I can keep an eye out. If you're willing to do the same for the time being.
Sure. If he says something, we'll keep it in mind.
Citru puts a hand out for a handshake.
Is it his swollen, infected hand, or is it his other hand?
It's the normal hands.
Okay. Salinas will reach out and a handshake.
Down. With that promise, Zedri will actually take the time to deal with the infection for the evening. Kind of take out the acupuncture needles and kind of quietly set them into his palm before casting that spell one more time to go ahead and quiet some of the worser effects of an infection.
Okay.
Has Selena seen you do this before?
I don't think so.
I think Zedri's mostly done it in private.
Oh, is your hand all right?
Yeah? I mean, it's a lot better whenever I go ahead and disinfect it. And he holds it up, and there's just like 6 needles that are kind of like stuck in at different angles.
Oh, this is a multiple time thing?
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, I don't necessarily have all of the proper medical supplies out here. And he's just gonna sweeping gesture to the
Well, I mean,
marshy lands.
What is it? Is it infection? Is it infection? Is it a poison? Is it like you help out with my magic? You just have to ask.
Right, I think I'm doing fine with my magic right now. The thing about it is, it's doing its job, I think. The whole point of sticking those fang pieces is so that they can siphon off some of the stuff that maybe I got as a product of using that staff. There's a really cool slash through it too,
alright.
and he'll show like the slash through the skull. Just looks so metal.
All right, I will keep appraised of that.
Same thing is with Alfred. If I end up noticing anything about this, you would be the first person that I would run to. I mean, outside of myself, you're probably most skilled in triage out of all of our group.
Yeah.
Right, if the needles are bothering you, I'm sorry. And he'll go ahead and kind of like
No.
pull them each out and put them away.
No, you think that there might have been something that you got back from using that stuff?
I mean, whenever I... Salinas, and he'll cast Produce Flame, and it's just like a dark, pitch black core and like purple kind of like halo around the ends of it. I'm pretty sure that I got something from that.
Cool. I'm glad we had this conversation.
If you're trying to diagnose me, it isn't like a disease or anything.
No, before I go to sleep, maybe I just try something really quick.
Sure. Be my guest. And he will go ahead and put out his hand. That is a lot less inflamed now.
Salinas is gonna try and cast remove curse on Cedri.
Okay.
Interesting.
Dispel curse. Sorry. Salinas is far more worried right now about the fact that Cedri might have gotten some sort of feedback that he has an infection in his hand.
I mean, with all the possession that we've dealt with lately, removing curses isn't the most ludicrous option.
No.
Zedri doesn't have a phantom limb like that. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. Alright, it doesn't really do anything. I just put it in the.
Sure.
Did I cast it?
All right. Cast your spell. Don't see any visible change in anything with Zedri. Zedri don't really feel any different, but didn't necessarily feel anything before to notice a difference. Your hand's the same. Nothing changes with your hand.
Did you feel anything? Because I didn't.
Well, don't think I've ever had any kind of success with that spell before.
And what spell was it
I'm
exactly?
not really sure what. Oh, remove curse.
So he just takes his hand back. He just puts it over his face, just flush red. I'm sorry. You think that this thing is a curse?
Well, what else could it be?
A burn mark? Nothing superheated
There's
inside of
like-
my hands.
Or well, yes, but you had like the spooky purple fire, black fire.
Okay. I think it's pretty concentrated to just my hand though, and Zidru will cast his fire out of his other hand, and it's still like an untainted, pure, like red flame, correct?
Yeah.
He'll juggle them.
Right.
It swaps color back and forth.
Oh no, Jeff's not here for the rave.
Trance music starts playing.
I do not have that queued up for Sirenscape.
That's not on your soundboard?
Oh.
Shame.
I appreciate the concern, and like I said, if anything happens, I will go ahead and tell you. I'll admit that I was having my hesitations there for a bit, but it was wrongly misplaced in the whole staff thing, because I thought that one of you all took it. But all of my hesitations quieted. I feel fine about opening up about something like this, and sorry that I kept it a secret, that I put the Megara of the Fang pieces in my hand in Skeletsville.
Well, you're still alive, so yeah.
Right. I need to go ahead and re-up the flame, and Sidri will just like once again shift his body outside so that he doesn't have to see Salinas, but he knows Salinas can see him. He's just gonna scoot until he's finally out of there, and just kind of like gesture towards the flame for it to once again kind of quiet down.
All right. So, with that and your conversation, pass some pleasantries over the course of the remainder of the watch, but as it draws to a close, Lonan is up on duty next, and you have completed your watch and may retire. As long as we get through second and third watch, as long as we have Jeff before fourth watch, we'll be good.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, he just posted
I'm
in chat that he's going to be on shortly.
Yeah.
He's getting situated. Be on shortly.
Alright. Yeah, when they wake Lonan up, she'll kind of sit in the hut for a little bit, but after getting kind of antsy, she'll step outside with like her crow cloak's hood pulled up and like bundled around her, and just kind of like make her rounds, like walk about while she's on watch. After like a few minutes, she's going to reach into her pack and pull out the broken arrow she retrieved from the earlier fight back when we were fighting alongside Alyona, like way back in this book.
Okay.
She's been carrying around the broken arrow with her for a long time, and she's gonna go over to the like kind of at this point like waning fire where the snow rams are. She's gonna kind of just like stick it in the ground next to it. Take her gloves off, kind of put them on either side of the where she stuck the broken arrow in, and just kind of say, "Look, I don't know what's going on. Feels like every day everything just gets weirder and more strange and crazier. I was just in a building that tried to suck the life out of me, and that was weird. We're chasing after dragons chasing after monsters we don't even know exist. Could just be people. People are sometimes the worst monsters out there. Arlo, I wish I could talk to you. And I know you're still alive, and I know you're just in the dream. And you would say this all sounds like a fucking story, and it feels like it is, and just stay safe. You know, happy late anniversary. I miss you a lot. And she'll kind of let out another breath, and Noctalis, because I know you're always listening. Guide my hand true. Whatever's going on, I know you have my back. You've always had my back. Brought me folk. Thank you. And she'll put the broken arrow in the fire. And she'll just kind of like watch it like burn for a little bit before she just goes back to her watch. I roll perception, shouldn't I?
That would be splendid.
Yes. 14.
I was like, oh no, a 4. But then I forgot what
Yeah.
Lonan's perception bonus was.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's got a good insurance policy.
Anyways.
Yeah.
The shrieking wind continues as you take up your watch and have that moment talking to your spouse and to your god. It's cold. You can feel the cold on your hands on the outside. despite the crow cloak doing its best to keep you warm in your core,
Mm-hmm.
you still have a good feel of the cold outside. And welcome in, Jeff.
Welcome in.
As you head back towards away from the snow rams and back towards the better vantage point of being able to see out across the marsh and the river beyond, you catch a sight just causes you a pause. As you spot off in the distance on the far side of the river a green dragon wormling. Crawling up to the edge of the river, looking about, very cautious. Its emerald scales catching the faint moonlight. Gives the air a sniff and then starts drinking out of the river. It's probably 150, 200 yards away. And he watches it just pulls its mouth up out of the water and like tosses a couple fish that is caught up in its mouth, just throws it up in the air and then just catches it in its mouth.
So it's on the other side of the river, you
Yeah.
said? How close is our side of the river's banks?
So from you to where this wormling is probably about 200 yards.
Mm-hmm.
To the near side of the river, 175. No, it'd be further than that. River's not that wide at this point. River's probably about 40 to 50 feet wide.
Okay. Seeing this, she's not gonna go all the way up to the edge of the river, but she's gonna kind of like sneak down a little closer to it and hide like behind some like brush and stuff and just like or like boulders and just kind of like watch it a little in awe because outside of Folk, this is the first time she's seen like well, I mean, Folk isn't a dragon. This is the first time she's seen a dragon in real life.
Give me a stealth.
That'll be dragons.
So you quickly find yourself off the solid surface and having to kind of sneak through the marshy area. The ice is pretty solid, and there's high grasses that are sticking up through the ice in various places that give you a lot of different cover points. And so with the 16, you're able to stay pretty hidden for a significant period of time till you're about 25, 30 feet away from the river itself. And then just watch as the head pulls up out of the water, just looks over in your direction quick. You almost feel like it's looking straight at you, your eyes meeting, staring at each other. And it just immediately turns and runs off back the way it came.
She'll let out a disappointed sigh and kind of just, stay there in the darkness for a little bit longer.
Give me an insight check. Nice. We got our first nat 20 coming back. All right, with a 26, definitely pick up the dragon was scared. as it took off. And with the 26, I gotta give you more than that. So don't necessarily pick up that it was scared of you.
Yeah, after a bit she'll head back to the tiny hut. Finish out her watch somewhere outside of it before ducking in and waking Kiesel for his watch. Unless anything else happens.
Well, the rest of your watch goes pretty quiet. Not a whole lot of activity. Every once in a while there's bird call, look up, see some night bird owl flying through. Of no consequence. Nothing, no giant owls, just regular sized, unimposing creatures. Pretty quiet watch. Snow Rams seem content. Everybody's sleeping away. Apparently Yofredir is talking in his sleep about feeling like he's been away forever. And yeah, after a few hours, it seems like time to wake the next one. Which I'm going to need a volunteer to be Kiesel tonight.
I've already opened up his character sheet.
All right, we got a volunteer. All right. Has Lone and Wake's Kiesel to swap out for third watch.
Was it just Kiesel?
Yep, just Kiesel. Just solo watches for the rest. So, Kiesel taking on a third watch. I need a perception check.
Kiesel very much stays within the hut, bundled up in his bedroll. As he watches, he takes out his little secret or semi-secret journal and makes a few more entries. Writes a little bit more throughout the watch.
Okay.
Oh no! Why didn't that count? Oh no! It was such a good roll.
Oh no!
That's gonna be.
Oh! What a switch.
Oof. He's journaling.
The first one was an 8. The first one was an 18 plus 1.
All right. It's
Such
pretty
is
quiet.
Such is
Kiesel
life.
taking note or sketching a little bit, writing in his little journal, looking out from the confines of the hut. Snow Rams seem fine. Everything seems pretty quiet. Clouds have given way enough in the night to get a nice view of the star-filled sky. Very peaceful, very pleasant. And passes most of the watch in that way. Almost to the point of boredom, but the trained soldier will not let himself fall asleep as he keeps himself alert enough with a 2 to keep a lookout on things. And leaning back against his pack, it's kind of been made up into a little bit of a chair. Kind of gets a little bit more of a skyward view, and looking up sees a group of large birds circling above. As the circles tighten a little bit as they gradually are just moving a little bit closer. Birds getting a little bit larger to his eyes. As a few of them land in amongst the camp, over towards the snow rams. Give me a nature check, Kiesel.
Uh-oh. There's no combat. We just got back.
I have no spell slots.
Me neither.
Oh no.
Birds are pretty foreign. It doesn't really recognize them. It's dark. It's not very easy to see. With the fire dying, as it has not been overly tended, partially intentionally to keep that light down. Just looks like some decent sized, I mean, they'd be small creatures by D&D standards. Maybe about 2 to 3 feet long as they hop about on the snow, wings outspread, kind of balancing as they move across the snow, as they start squawking loudly, calling from the ground to the ones up above.
So when you say giant bird, like how big of a bird are we talking?
Like 2 to 3 feet long. They're not giant.
So like a big vulture.
Yeah, they were. I described them as large birds. There's large by normal bird standards.
Okay. It's not like a fat pigeon. It's like a big vulture
Yeah.
size.
Yeah, about that size.
I don't know if you have seen vultures up close. They're pretty freaking scary.
Yeah, no, they're
terrifying.
very scary up
Like,
close.
I'm 6'3" and I'm like, oh, that's big.
Could Kiesel make a insight check to see, try to figure out what they're doing? Like, if they're calling down just like, oh, it's safe to land here, or are they like interested in attacking the snow rams, or like what's their kind of intention?
What type of large birds?
Much better. Doesn't know.
Seems like they are calling to each other, seeing a bunch of sleeping animals out in the open as potential food.
So they're seeing
obviously having no cognizance of your guys' presence.
So if Kiesel thinks that they're thinking of the snow rams as food, he's gonna like take his shield and his halberd and kind of come like run out of the hut and just kind of bang them together and make some noise and just see if he can just scare them off.
Okay, give me an intimidation check.
Everybody in the hut,
cool,
except for Salinas, wakes up.
Yeah, I was about to ask, does the squawking wake up Lonan?
Nice roll. Oof. Nat 20 rolled off to a 9.
Oh.
Go and completely caught off guard as they go and they just start pivoting and wings batting, flapping in the air as they all start to take off and leave the area. Yeah, all of you sleeping people can give me perceptions with disadvantage, I suppose. We're sleeping, okay. So.
Oh, I'm honk shoe.
Yeah.
Everybody stays asleep except for Cedri. Hears this banging, all this commotion outside, looking out through the transparency of the hut, just seeing Kiesel waving frantically as he's making all this noise and all these birds flying up from around the snow rams.
Yeah, Zitcher will like slowly get up, seeing this outside. He'll kind of stand and just like watch for a little bit from inside of the hut. Does it look like he's in any immediate danger?
No.
Okay, then he'll just go ahead and sit, um, and he'll just watch, making sure that Kiesel hopefully will head back inside at some point.
Yeah. He, like waves his glaive at the sky, and stay out. Uh, and then and then he'll come back inside the hut to and sit back down.
Cedric, you can give me a nature check. Man. DC 10. I still couldn't get anything to pass it. Yeah, there's some birds. They flew away. It's all good.
Oof.
And things quiet back down. Eventually they move on, flying away, and Kiesel's watch comes to an end. Leaving Jofridir up next. I'll just turn off the sound. Successfully avoided a combat encounter.
Thank you.
Zitcher will quiet the fire before heading back to bed. Seeing that Jofridir is up next, Kiesel's gonna get him, and everything should be fine.
So how does Kiesel wake up over there?
He bangs on the shield.
I was gonna say like a normal person. He walks over and kicks you. No, I'm just kidding.
That's literally
Lord
Lord.
shakes you awake.
Yeah, Jofridir will kind of turn, look at Kiesel, opening his eyes. My watch.
Yep.
You notice anything on yours?
Bunch of weird birds.
Weird
I took care of them though.
birds. What do they look like?
Yeah. I don't know. It's really dark out there.
Well, alright, as long as it's quiet now, I suppose that's fine. He'll try to sit up, grab his crow cloak, stay a little cozy, or try to at least. And then he's gonna go sit out with the snow rams.
Okay.
Kind of just be checking in on them and kind of hunter down, kind of in the middle of them where he can get a good view on things, but still be kind of hidden a little bit, maybe.
All right. Give me a perception. Nice. All right. Taking up your watch. Night continues to be mostly calm. Yet can start to see just the minimal change to the sky as dawn starts to approach. And with a 24 perception, you hear it first before you see anything. You hear really, really faint. Gets a little bit louder, a little bit louder. Give me a nature check, Jofridir.
Yeah, once he starts hearing it, he'll cautiously and slowly be like poking up his head, looking
Hey, we got
around.
to a 10 on a nature check, folks.
Don't do it right
With 10, sound of dog barks. And it doesn't take very long before you catch sight of about a dozen huskies running through the snow-covered fields, and then they're like getting into the marsh area and like slipping and sliding on the ice as they move amongst all the different tufts of grass that are sticking up through that ice. playing with each other, biting at each other, just play biting. A few stray a little bit closer towards your area as they presumably are picking up, some smells. They don't get very close. Good 75 to 100 feet away.
Yeah, once he
I need a
notices a
perception
couple
check
of
from
them,
Cybil, by the way. So,
when they get a little bit closer, just as like a possible backup thing, I guess, he's gonna just grab some of the snow and make a decent snowball that he'd be able to chunk pretty far. If they get super, super close, maybe if he just throws one, they'll scare him off.
Getting so many errors from this thing.
If you're opening the cohort's character part of the stat blocks, for some reason a bunch of errors pop up.
I think it's that extension's got some issues, but the person that made it is not available at the moment to fix it, so another guy's been trying to cover.
Oh wait,
Might
I have
also have to
advantage on
update.
this.
Might also have to update the extension. I always forget to do that.
Well, it would have
It's
been a
a
disadvantage sleeping to begin with, so we'll work with the 13 as just a straight roll.
Right, sorry.
13, like Sybil's ears would perk up, hearing somewhat familiar sound, obviously, as to you've seen a group of huskies move through before or earlier in your travels. They don't get close enough that you feel compelled to toss a snowball in their direction. They catch sight of you, keep their distance, go back to playing, moving about, enjoying playing hide and seek through the tufts of grass, playing with each other, and then eventually just continuing on. Cybil, with her ears perked up inside, of course, nobody being able to see this, but I'm going to describe it anyway, since Jofredir's outside. But just kind of keeping her eyes, following movements as these huskies move through, as before they eventually move off in the distance. She just kind of goes back, not fully to sleep, just relaxes, eyes still open, head down between the paws, looking off in the same direction where these went. And in a short period of time, it's daybreak and the end of your watch.
Yeah, we'll probably just poke his head into the hut. Just kind of looking over everybody and making sure everyone's still good. No crazy dreams or nothing. And then he'll probably just sit back with the snow rims as the sun rises. Until everyone else starts waking up,
Okay.
Yeah, I think Alfred would probably be one of the first to wake up, considering he got a full uninterrupted sleep. Still semi-slowly as the morning breaks through. I know the hut is opaque from or we can see out, so the sun really does catch us a lot, doesn't it? He'll get up.
Yeah, it's not
and
very imposing on you because you have that cliffside is breaking up the eastern exposure.
Okay. Yeah, so he'll slowly get up, wake up with Cybil, see that she's already up, and then he'll start to go around and he'll wake Kiesel up, just slowly shifting him around and just making his rounds, getting everyone up and about. He'll start boiling some water for some tea. But that's about it. Very quiet morning.
You got the whole river valley just starts to get illuminated as that sun's coming up. You get to watch majority of it because you're up early enough to catch that. Jofredir also watching this nice golden hue almost a little bit more yellow than typical as it lights up the snowy valley. The bitter cold beginning to ease a little bit, which you get a little bit of that sun's warmth. And Alfred, as you wake up, you would catch just like the faintest. Yeah, actually, give me a perception check. You didn't get to roll one last night, so you get to make one in the morning.
Nice, thank you.
Make sure everybody got to roll a dice. All right, it's 18. As you wake up, you catch just a little bit of the distant barking as the huskies moved on.
Oh wow, nice. Alfred will look towards Cybil and just look out towards where the huskies have run off, and he'll not really say anything to her, just sort of kneel down and start petting her. Um, might just like give her a little like, well, maybe we can go running some in a little bit. Um, and actually, Alfred will do one more thing as everyone else does wake up. He'll sit back down in the hut and take off his boots and start fidgeting with them a little bit. And as he begins to, or as he finishes off, um, he'll replace his boots now with a large, almost like akin to a horse's hoof in terms of structure, is now attached to like the front of it. Um, and so it almost looks like a very like obtuse like armored shoe or like steel-toed boot. Um, so he's finishing off a pair of winged boots.
Okay.
He will attune to those as well, and drop the attunement on the amulet. I just realized that we might not have a long rest for a minute.
Yeah.
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 Sir?
Ideally, I would have liked to have had Alfred spend more time like actually working on them through the night, but canonically he needed to rest too.
Yeah.
And it's not a
That's
big
fine.
project.
You had
You
it
could
mostly
easily
done
spend
already.
the morning hours working
Yeah.
on it. Selena's will be sleeping for another 6 hours at least.
Yeah, you're right.
And Lonin gets up and she sees him, probably as he's still fiddling with it. Those look fancy.
Um, fancy is relative. They're uh utility, I think. It trumps most things. I'm
Can't, ar-
nearly done.
can't argue with that one. And she'll kind of like take some of the water that's like in her canteen and like kind of use it to like splash on her face and like wash her face off and tuck her like strands back into her probably very messy braid at this point.
When's the last time you redid it?
God. I think it was after the last marsh. So it hasn't been that long, but
Okay, one marsh ago.
yeah, one marsh ago.
Did you sleep well, Lonan?
Uh, yeah. I did. I saw a dragon last night. A wormling.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, no, during my watch, I was outside of the hut and I saw down by the river on the other side, a green wormling drinking some water, caught some fish. I spooked it away. I don't think it was afraid of me, though.
What do you mean, not afraid of you? Is
It's,
there
I don't,
something else?
there was nothing else, but it's like, even in the dark, like, we met gazes. And I don't know, it's just something in my gut was telling me that I spooked it, but there was something else.
Mhm.
Maybe afraid of individuals in general. I mean, there
Yeah,
were the mastodon riders,
perhaps overly cautious around anything that resembles something that looks like us.
and it's a wormling, so it's pretty young.
Right. How big was it?
Uh, about how big was the wormling?
Hmm.
Don't
Like a
you have a?
horse?
Yeah. No, it'd be a little bit smaller than that. Estimating exactly what the size was with a 14 perception on your watch,
Mm-hmm.
somewhere in the neighborhood of,
Like a pony?
yeah,
Wait,
donkey to a horse in that
Okay.
range.
don't I have advantage on recalling uh, any intelligence checks to recall information about my favorite enemy, and dragons are among them. Does that
It's
count
not to
for
recall
this?
information, it was
Okay.
what the size of this one was and what you perceived.
All right.
Because you were quite a ways away.
Yeah, I had to try.
So,
Uh,
good thing to remind me of.
yes.
Favor
Oh,
foe.
good God. The fact he just did that. Yeah, it's a little smaller than a horse. It was really pretty, really green.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, I feel like one of that size, even we could manage to take on, so I couldn't imagine it would be very comfortable around uh territory where there's groups of mammoth riders.
yeah. No, I can't blame it there.
Um, I'd be very interested to see where it went off to.
And that's what I was thinking about too. But as much as I would love to go tracking down the dragon and learning more about it, we have more pressing matters at hand.
Oh, right, we have priorities.
We have bigger dragons, possibly.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah.
I guess that's why a small dragon seems so enticing.
Honestly, yeah. How'd you sleep? Did you get plenty? Because I know you were restless the other
I
bit.
I feel like a new fire heart.
Good. I'm glad.
Yeah, it's been a little rough lately, but I think that we're getting through it.
We're getting through it. We got your back.
And I've
You're
got
stronger
yours.
than you're stronger than you think. You know that, right?
I will agree with you.
Good.
You know, I think I heard some dogs out in the distance just a little while ago.
We see a pack that looked similar to Cybil the other day.
Yeah, I believe so. It might have been the same pack. I can't imagine there's too many running around.
And there could be a few.
But it was nice. The morning was beautiful.
I'm I'm more of a nighttime person.
Right. Um, I'll go get Salinas up. Start working on that.
How it goes. Let me know if you need help.
Um, will do. Thank you. I've got Sybil though.
I'll give him a thumbs up.
You'll see Alfred meander over to Salinas and start like motioning for Sybil to start licking him to see if she'll follow his lead.
also say that while you're having this conversation, you can see Yofridir sitting outside the hut, but he can't see you. So just stoic Yofridir sitting out by the snow rams.
And I can't hear
looking
them
out
either,
across the
right?
valley.
Yeah, no.
I don't think
Done?
so.
I mean,
Well, actually, no. I don't think it blocks sound.
no, doesn't.
Now, as Alfred goes to wake Selena, Sloan will step out of the hut and go sit down with Yofridir. Morning.
Morning. Saw the sun coming up. Figured I'd just enjoy the sunrise a bit. Look out for things. No.
That's good. Did you hear it all from your brother last night?
No. It was all quiet. Only thing I heard were some dogs out in the distance.
Fair enough.
Everybody inside waiting up.
Kiesel's up, Alfred's up, Alfred's waking Selena's up.
Oh, good luck there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. Since everyone is still getting up and active, take a short walk around the camp, stretch my legs, see if I notice anything.
No worries. I'm gonna get the snow rams fed. And ready for whatever adventures come this way. Yeah, no one's waking Zedri up because we know he'll get up on his own eventually.
That's
We don't
fair.
worry about Zedri. I mean, we do, but for very different reasons.
I mean, I took the spotlight, but I imagine Cedric wakes up like shortly after Alfred.
Oh yeah, Zedri's
He's a very early riser.
Zedri's gonna go over towards the marsh area. There's probably like water that's slightly frozen over, right?
Yeah.
Assumedly. Okay. He'll tap the water. Check to make sure that it isn't standing water. And
It's you'd probably be better off going all the way over to the river for if you're looking at it for consumption.
for cleansing, probably pretty good though.
Better than nothing.
Oh, yeah. He will go ahead and splash a bit of the water on his face to wake himself up. And then he will approach the rest of the group and just say, I was thinking that we probably need to refill our water skins, and I don't mind heading down to the river if we need to do so. Do you want me to gather up everybody's?
I was gonna go too after I finish with the snow ram, so I can go with you.
Perfect. Yeah, that's fine.
Is everyone up at this point?
Is Selena's up?
Pretty but Salinas.
If everyone but Salinas is up, she'll tell him later, but she'll repeat what she had told Alfred about the dragon she saw by the river. She'll tell him later. There's a wormling in the younger end. It was really pretty. Got spooked. And she's just like doing this while she's feeding the snow rams and like scratching behind their ears.
Hold up. You saw a dragon last night and you thought that, I mean, is it one of those things where like you shouldn't react if you see one, or what?
It was a wormling, and as soon as I think it noticed me, it ran off.
To go tattle to its parents, probably. So we.
Oh no, dragons don't really have a family structure like, like the rest of us do. It's kind of more of a like, once you're hatched, you're kind of on your own there. It's big enough to fend for itself. It was fishing.
Was it fishing over there? And Zitcher's just gonna point towards the place where he just washed his face.
Oh no, it was, she'll kind of point to the other side of the river. It was way over there.
Perfect.
I told you it was the other side of the river.
I know. Just body of water, fishing. I think I saw some fish over there. Might have just been seaweed though.
Like I said, it got spooked when it saw me. I don't think it was spooked by me, but it's probably used to being chased down or something. I mean, hey, if it was more afraid of us than we are of it, then that's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think that last night was a good time to fight a dragon, even a wormling.
I would heartily agree with you there.
But we should get going as soon as he'll look down.
I'd say by now Salinas would be finally starting to give in.
Yeah, and your reader would be walking back up to the hut.
Right, there's Yofordir. We should pack up camp and start getting going.
Should we just roll up Salinas in his bedroll, put him on the snow ram?
No.
We just hear that from the tiny hut.
Well, the tiny hut's probably dropped, so it's just Selena's sitting there.
Yeah.
It's been 8 hours.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's cold
yeah.
now.
Yeah, honestly, it's probably the cold more than anything.
Well, Zedrinak can refill everyone's water skins, and then we can get going.
Yeah, Alfred will pass his and Kiesel's.
Your reader will hand his over as well.
Okay.
Alfred will also grab Selenis's out of his pack. Take care of him.
All right. As you carry out your morning activities, get things situated, camp packed up, snow rams fed, watered, water skins filled, people de-sleepified. Unless you have any other interactions you want to carry out before you get moving, we'll move along.
There is very much something Zedri would like to do as we get on top of our snow rams.
Go away.
Zedri's gonna saddle up on Mystic and turn to everybody else on their snow rams and say, "Hey, so I was thinking about it last night, and you know how those cold winds were blowing? It's almost like a whistle, for the most part."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The wind howls, and
So I was thinking, it would be really nice if we could get like a jet of wind like that. And I do believe that, and he'll go ahead and light fire in his hand, which will kind of speed up the air around a little bit, making it kind of puff around like a breath in the cold day. I think I might have a method by which to speed up our traversal of Torsland a little bit. If you would be willing to let me try it on everybody's snow rims.
Anything that gets us there and back quicker, I don't see a problem with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
yeah,
Then
I trust you.
in his hand, the kind of like blip of flame is going to open up like a flower. And he is going to go ahead and cast Wind It Back, which is going to allow us to go ahead and move at twice the overland speed.
Ooh.
Nice.
Very cool.
How do the snow rams react to this? How do they feel?
It's cozy as the fire from the night before, so I don't know if they're chilling.
See their hose tapping a bit.
Just like we're
Let's
fast.
go, let's go, let's go.
It's one of those scenes, old movies where they go and they just speed up the film and it's just like everybody goes.
The funny thing is that this also affects Zedri too, but he's sitting on top of Mystic, so he isn't going to do anything. Yeah,
You don't have to hold on as hard. You're keeping pace.
Yeah. Everybody else
is
clips
holding
off.
on for your life. All right.
Imagine Zedri sitting there like he's had 3 espressos or something. He's just like jittering.
All right. You set off. Kind of looming off to the south, as you get going and get up out of this little portion of the river valley, is the little saddle in the Dristigfell Mountains up ahead of you that is seemingly your passage to get across and get to the other side. And set off without issue, the wind at your back, quite literally now, and making amazing pace. No signs of any danger, no signs of any issues in the area, and you quickly say goodbye to marshland behind you. Getting a little bit up out of the valley, the river getting narrower and narrower, fewer and fewer tributaries feeding into it as you move alongside it, and eventually getting past that marshy, hilly area and hitting into a little bit more flat. I wouldn't say like a rolling hill. It's more like a flat incline that it's just pretty steady across, but it is all inclining towards that saddle in the mountains. So you're coming up out of the valley, getting further and further up, but not it. Visibility is very easy as you look out to the east and the west as you go. Hitting into this flat boy, my language is great tonight. Flat snow-covered plains, the chilly air still biting at your face, almost a little bit more as you're going double speed into it as you move. The snow rams moving at this quickened pace through the deep snow, leaving trails of their visible breath as coming off the sides as it goes behind you. Partly cloudy skies, keeping Lonan's vision decent as she's not under direct sunlight. And wisps of flurries of snow coming down still, adding to the already pretty thick blanket of snow. In most places, you're looking at anywhere between 1 foot and 2 feet. That keeps on getting a little bit deeper, but it's pretty minimal at this point. Yofredir, I need a history check. Our knowledge skills are not going well tonight.
No, we hit the 10. What do you mean?
It's true, we did hit the 10. You've been here before, obviously, Yofredir, because this is roughly the path you guys took to come towards Bjorn's Fluke before, and you've been to this part of the country. Drawing a blank on what this place is called, but looking out in front of you, this open plain, you see just like as you go past and passing through this area, tips of grass sticking up above the snow in places. It's a very red grass. It's browned because of the season, but it's this reddish brown throughout it. Which stands out to you, Yofredir, and makes you think you should know what this place is called, but you rolled a 10, so you don't. So, and as you press on, this landscape's just like mostly barren. There's very, very few trees, mostly just open plains, small tufts of these tall, reddish grasses poking up through the snow occasionally. The sound of the crunching snow accompanying your pace through here. Soft swish of the bodies going through the snow, the snow ram's legs passing through, and it is pretty quiet. A little bit of the whistly wind, but it has died down significantly since you got to this part. And off in the distance, coming up ahead, you see a massive ancient tree. Quick gauge. You know what? You guys all give me some perception checks, because those are fun.
I don't have disadvantage, right?
Correct. We have enough overcast skies. You're fine.
Nice. A dirty 20. I almost made it to Lonan.
Hey!
Nice.
An actual 20.
All right. Alfred, Lonan, Salinas. This tree trunk that is laying on its side. It's about 20 to 25 foot wide. And it's alone. Just this one tree that's been toppled out in the middle of this plain. And as you get closer to it, it's just a lonesome tree sitting out in the middle that has unfortunately met the end of its life. It appears semi-recently. There's still some green to the branches. It's a coniferous tree. It pretty much is a very, very massive, I guess think the redwoods. Very tall tree, very wide tree that is laying here, sadly, toppled and removed from what presumably was once a very majestic landmark in this plain.
Is there any indication as to like why it was I guess felled? Is there any sort of like rotting, or was it like man-made, like someone chopped it down? Or
Give me a nature or an investigation check. Two things that rely on intelligence, so Alfred will not be good at these at all.
no, he'll be terrible.
I did probably jinx it.
You did. You really did. I'll take a nature. I don't roll that often. Yeah, there we go.
Pretty good.
That's
19.
decent.
As you're just kind of taking this in, pausing your trip a little bit to just look it over, you see very, very large claw marks scratched against the side of the trunk. It's not immediately clear whether that has anything to do with what felled the tree, but you don't see any signs of decay or dead wood like this thing had just died. It's clearly got a lot of life left to the tree, despite being toppled.
Mm-hmm.
Do the claw marks look like dragon claw marks?
Give me a nature check, and you can use your advantage on this one.
Yes.
Nice. And just the interesting factoid, is it like in two parts? Is like there's still a stump? Or is it like
No, it's
uprooted?
like it's uprooted.
Oh. That changes things.
26? No, doesn't seem to be dragon claws.
Yofer, do you know about, I mean, I'm sure you know about the giant tree in the middle of, so kind of look around. No trees. Right?
What does your friend know about this tree?
Give me a history or a nature. More so history, but I'll let you pick.
history.
There used to be a big tree here. There still is a big tree here. It just more horizontal, less vertical.
It used to be standing up, last I remember.
Alright.
Thank you. Anything else?
As to knock it down, I have no idea.
I mean, we might be able to save it.
mind?
Right. I'm sure all of you are looking at this giant uprooted tree and you think, Cedric, you're crazy. But Cedric will go ahead and hop off of Mystic, and he's going to go ahead and head over to the giant redwood tree and just slap his hand on top. This thing can be saved. I am sure of it.
I mean, if
Alright.
anyone can, I'm sure it would be you.
I mean, I'm quite strong, but I don't know if I can lift that.
Yeah, that was more my concern.
Well, hopefully the root system is ready and willing to be salvaged. And Zedri's going to, if it's fully uprooted, look at the root system. Are those dead ends, or is it still just as alive as the kind of like trunk of the tree?
Give me a nature or an investigation.
And Loner will hop down and help him. So you can...
Okay.
No, Zedri will go ahead and rub his hands and tree doctor this thing. He's going to go ahead and do... Nature feels fitting, investigation feels more surgical. So we'll go
So-
You would do
investigation.
surgery on a tree.
19. Okay. So, looking at it, it's pretty obvious there's like certain parts of the roots have broken off just because the whole root system would be way too big for this thing to be toppled. So, there are pieces of root that are sticking up out of the ground away from where the tree fell. And some fractures there as to where they have broken off, but otherwise most of the things that you can see in the hole that's left from where it fell seem to be healthy.
How far, I guess, is the trunk of the tree from the like site of uprooting? Is it just like right on over, pulled up and
Yeah,
out?
pretty much.
Okay.
Most of the roots kept it from being able to go too far because a lot of the roots are still tenuously attached.
Okay. With a little bit of arcane surgery, does it seem like it would be better to heal the trunk of the tree, or to scrap that, reclaim it, and use its nutrients to further up the root system, which is still partially intact?
Your call.
Okay. Yeah, I think Zedri's going to go ahead and go over to the roots. He's going to go ahead and push aside some of the like snowfall, and he's going to rub the top area of the roots until like the chlorophyll is kind of like exposed. And he is going to go ahead and cast plant growth on
Okay.
it.
All right. As you cast your spell and watch as the roots slowly start to take shape and dig their way into the soil back away from you, feel like you get a pretty good replacement for the root system that was severed. It's still a tree on its side, but it's connected to its root system again.
So go straight up.
Also, all of the grass would grow like heavily overgrown aside it. So now it just looks like this tree, like accented
You
by
have
all
all
of the
these
grass.
this reddish grass all just like sprouting up around. The rest of you are just like watching from the side. Alonan, you were up closer because you were helping. But the rest of you just like lose sight as Zedri disappears in this sprout of red grass that just like erupts out of the surface or out of the earth.
Oh, it's that tall?
Y'all probably got caught in it too. It is 100-foot radius.
Oh jeez.
It's a big inn.
Everybody's on their snow rams and just like suddenly, oh, it's up to waist height on the snow rams. Those that are down on the ground disappear into the grass, and those that are still mounted, just looking down on the crazy explosion of growth that now you're in the middle of a field of tall grass instead of a field of snow.
I will also, once kind of Zedri's working more on that, Lonan's gonna go back to the claw marks and see if she can try and like figure out what it might be from. She is also favorite enemy of beasts, so if it is that, I don't know if that would help, but
Okay.
or if maybe at least just the size of the creature if she can't figure out exactly what it was.
So, with this being foreign territory, I'll say
Mhm.
you would have advantage, but you would also have disadvantage. So we'll do it as a straight roll.
Right.
Hmm.
Nature.
Yeah.
All right. 22.
Because your husband is such a collector of books, and occasionally a few of them aren't about folklore. You are pretty sure that you recognize this as being one of the more, I wouldn't say alpha predators, but maybe beta predators of Torsland. Oh, and I was not prepared to have to give a name to something, so
Ooh.
So you're talking like big, like maybe herbivore, but with claws.
Predator.
oh no, it's a
Predator.
predator, so
Oh, it's a
just wouldn't be the alpha. It would be
So like, there's the dragon, and then there's the thing that the dragon eats, but the thing that the dragon eats still eats everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was thinking of like that classic energy pyramid that you see in a science textbook, and I went too far down.
okay. So it would be called a Villamor. Villemorr.
Yeah, she'll. Once Zedri's done with his thing and they both get back up on the snow rims, she'll tell the group. So I don't know if it felled it, but the claw marks are match up with a creature known as a Villamor.
I would say you'd be pretty confident that it did not fell it. They're only large creatures. They're not huge or gargantuan or anything that knocking this tree down would be quite the chore for it. But they're definitely not things that you want to deal with. Yofrider, it being a pretty predominant beast to stay away from, you would be familiar with it and would know it by that name.
Definitely wouldn't want to scrap with those. I want to keep an eye out just to be on the safe side.
So what's a Villamor?
It's a large predator.
I'll fill in the blanks.
Okay.
Claws.
So it would be a large size D&D size creature, basically like a cross between a giant bear and a porcupine. More so feared for the bear, the long claws, and the extreme strength that it can toss a clansman pretty easily. But the quills are certainly deadly in their own right.
Yeah, I mean, if they're bear-sized quills, they're like arrows.
Yeah.
One of them would probably be strong enough to take. Your party would probably be strong enough to take down one. Two, and things might get a little bit dicey.
Cool.
So that was here, and that clawed the tree, but that still doesn't answer what felled it. Because
No.
if what you're saying is true, then it's not big enough to topple this, or at least in this fashion.
Well,
Um,
it's. I was just going to say, we have been seeing unseasonal amounts of snowfall. It could just be branches got overloaded. The tree was large and old and couldn't support the weight, and it fell over.
and the claw marks can be explained by it was probably just sharpening its claws on the tree.
Okay. Well, I would love to hope that it was just snowfall, Salinas, but I don't know. Every time that something happens, we find one tree out in the middle of nowhere, and it's toppled over. It's uprooted, actually. I don't think that snowfall would do that.
No, that's what it would look like, right? It'd tip over and the roots would come up. It happens in northern Teluria sometimes.
Well, luckily,
Yokodir, give me a history check.
said tree has been rerouted, so there is nothing to worry about with a huge, just plot of grass to go ahead and obscure it. So it should be able to grow back quite healthily.
Yeah, this grass is interesting. Did you choose the color?
It's not really how it works. It's more of an enrichment of what's already there. But Red River, Red Grass, I'm starting to get a vibe off of Torsland.
Well, I promise it's not blood, but the name of this place does evade me at the moment.
Probably just iron rich.
Or
Actually,
We got that
at
solved?
the statement about the Red River, red blood, or red grass and everything, I'll let you re-roll your history check to see if you know this place.
Here to help.
you really want to be able to want us to know.
He's failed almost every single one.
No. Everywhere else, I know all their history, but not my own.
Exactly.
He's had his nose in books his entire life, not looking
Okay,
out.
give me another history check though, Yofridir, because I had asked for one, but I don't know if you heard me.
That one's much.
There we
Hey.
go.
You just have to talk enough shit.
So, you don't. It's just like a momentary thought goes in your head that, oh, you know who must have toppled the tree. And you're like, nah, that's silly. That's just, those are just the stories you were told as a kid. And this evaded you earlier when I asked you to roll for this, like 3 sessions ago. But this area is often referred to, there's a reference to Daxgar, who's a mythic titan believed to have lived in this region thousands of years ago. The stories come down through the dwarves and to the people that have moved into this region. Nobody believes it amongst your people. The kids get scared of it. But the territory where you guys ran away from the mammoths is Daxgar's Palm. And if you guys look at the map, which I can share that with everybody quick.
Okay,
Just
thank you.
make it easy to find it. If you kind of look at where it says Leistine, it's kind of a wrist and then a palm and fingers coming off of the palm going in each of the directions. And this part of the territory is known as Daxgar's Palm. And there's a few other things that go with it. Daxgar's Tommel Finger is the one that goes out towards Hordovon. And So, just for a moment, Yofordir, it's maybe Daxgar toppled it, and then you just kind of get a little chuckle to yourself on, yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah, he'll kind of smile, and the others might hear him chuckle. But maybe it was that star.
Does he say that out loud?
Yeah, quietly, but not like super quiet.
Has Lonan ever heard or read any stories of Arlo's that are about?
So there's a shot at
Daxgar?
it, so you can roll a history.
This is the exact reason I made my character's husband a nerd.
You're like, I don't have to be one. I just gotta marry one.
Okay, with a 16. Yeah. A few pretty minimal references. I guess I'll ask the question of how much does Lonan read the books that her husband comes up with, or is it more so here's him talking about the books he comes up with?
I would say that it's mostly hears him talking about the books he finds, but she's definitely like the ones that would be like suitable to like read to children. She's probably read through, or has read through a couple when she's been bored.
Okay.
I
So
would
with a
say that
16.
as far as
Let's
I'll
see.
say this, as far as Torsland stuff, she probably personally wasn't too interested, but
I say at hearing the name, you do recognize the name. And you recognize the name only from one time it ever coming up. And it was a very unfortunate Arlo attempting to tell a bedtime story that really was inappropriate for your niece. That quickly had to be shut down. So you only know the little bit of the story on how far he got before it was like, no, this isn't a before bed story of the giant titan that's the size of half the continent. We're not going there today. More so because you knew you would be the person that would have to console the kid when it woke up.
yeah,
When she would wake up in the middle of the night screaming because Arlo would just sleep through it.
yeah. I've heard him. Briefly. Not in a story appropriate for children, I can tell you that much.
Oh, it was quite common around here. Kind of kept us in line, I suppose.
For, just gonna pause, 2.5-year-olds?
Oh, if you understand it, I suppose it is a point across.
Yeah, fair enough.
Of course, that's all just myth.
Don't say that, Yofordir. Our entire lives are ruled by myths right now.
Well, if this one was true, I'm afraid that might be our biggest worry compared to everything else.
Bigger than
Literally
the
and
dreamer?
figuratively.
Oh,
Physically, probably yes.
physically.
Well, I mean, more of a problem than the dreamer?
Well, I'd imagine the dreamer would have his hands full as well. At least.
Well, maybe if he's real, he could be an ally.
Suppose that's always possible.
What type of being is this? Are they historically nice or angry or?
About the size of half this continent, so
Right, but what's
don't know
their
if anyone-
temperament?
It's a point of reverence for the dwarves.
suppose it's kind of hard to tell with something that big. It can accidentally step on you and not even notice.
Well, if it is half the size of the continent, I'm pretty sure we would have noticed it by now.
Oh, well, we've been in its hand for a while.
Well,
Oh,
anyways,
My
At least that's how the
limited-
story goes.
My limited reference is the stories are not the most pleasant, so take that as what it is.
oh.
Let's hope not to piss him off then.
Very much in agreement with that.
Yes. Alright. Are we good here with the tree? Ready to moving?
I think we're already moving. We had gotten back on the snow
Have
rooms
we- have-
before.
Have we been riding this whole time?
Walk and
don't
ride.
think so. I think that was all that stuff came after Lonan was inspecting the claw marks again.
Yeah.
We got down the rabbit hole of the creature that did this, and then what could have done this. But yes,
What?
if you want to be back on the road,
Yeah.
lack thereof.
Road rage.
All right, as you remount your snow rams and start heading off back through the plains, continuing across the snowy plains, cold, sharp wind continuing against your faces, getting closer and closer to the base of the mountains as you move. Passive perceptions, everybody?
I think 14?
17.
11.
13.
Okay. Passive perceptions will say everybody's going to pick this up. It's pretty strong. As you catch, smell, it's faint at first just because you're picking it up pretty early on. As you smell just a scent of decay. And as you're moving across, out of the high grasses that Zedri has nicely planted and getting back out into the open plains where you have better visibility, you can spot something, some sort of best guess animal carcass sitting out in the middle of the plains, a little about half buried in the snow, flesh torn. Anybody who so wishes, give me a nature check. It's your
why
moment
not?
to shine, Yofredir. This is your one. You got to get it. Oh my god, you tried so
Goodness.
hard to fail that.
It was
and I
almost an
get,
18.
Is
it's a
this
DC 4. You got it. Just enough.
is
It
this
was almost an 18.
classified
so-
as a beast?
Yes.
Okay. Zedri is going to go ahead and give himself guidance in the form of holding his nose because you have to touch a willing creature for it. So
So for Yofredir, it's a DC 4. For the rest of you, it's a DC 14. Not being from around here. But Alfred, successful. Yofredir, successful. Lonan, successful. Zedri, successful. So, to those of you not of the northern reaches, it clearly looks like a boar, just with gray fur. For Yofredir, what's it called?
Snosvine.
Bless
We
you.
rehearsed this in advance.
Can you spell that?
No.
SNOS.
SN.
SNOSVINE.
Snosvin.
Snosvine. Snosvine.
Oh, if it wasn't completely destroyed, it would be good dinner for tonight, but
There, as you get closer to it and check this thing out, there's blood stains in the snow around it. It hasn't been there maybe a day tops.
Like it's just started to get infested.
Yeah, there are a fair amount of, despite the cold, some flies that have moved in, and the boar's body is like heavily mangled, deep gashes in its side, large chunks of flesh missing. Definitely not something you want to eat anymore. It's very quiet in this part of the plain. Feel like you're a good long ways away from where that tree was, And off in the distance up ahead, you can see some wooded area, but this is a big, just wide open plain. And it's quiet, aside from the occasional little rustle of the grasses sticking up above the snow, and on occasion, distant call of a bird. No sign of any predator or hunter or anything that may have caused this damage.
The boar doesn't, the snowsnake doesn't look eaten at all. It's just,
Give me a nature or an investigation check.
I'll do nature.
And man, we got a good number of nat 20s tonight.
We're so back.
Yeah, we're so bad.
Pretty certain from looking at it that it was killed a decent amount of time ago by a predator, large claws. Since it's you making the check, you'd feel pretty confident it's probably the Villamar. As you notice, it's hard to tell how much is from the damage of the claws and how much is maybe stuff that may have been eaten. But there are some tufts of fur that are more brown instead of the gray of the snowspine that matches with the description you have of the Villamar. The one thing you do notice, there's nothing left of this that would be worth harvesting and using.
Yeah.
This thing is so mangled.
So
I want to keep moving. Good pace.
Yeah.
Don't want to sit around if anything around here is still hungry.
It looks like probably killed by the Villamar as well. I mean, we're in its hunting grounds.
Definitely don't want to be around one if it's hungry.
Well, hopefully it's not hungry anymore. Right? Right?
I'm sure it's in hibernation. And Yofrid is gonna turn and keep going.
Alfred's gonna hurry behind them.
It ate yesterday, at least.
Alright, as you pick back up with your travel, your destination, the Saddle of the Dristic Fell Mountains, off in the distance, large forested area standing between you and the mountains. Continuing your journey as the day moves on. Alright, Yofridir, history check time.
Ooh, let's see if I can remember the name of the mountain.
No, the mountains were a gimme.
Hey.
So
Hey.
you continue your journey, reaching the edge of this dense forest that stands between you and the mountains. Towering, leafless trees forming a dark, imposing wall ahead. Skeletal branches reaching out like twisted fingers against the overcast sky. Snow beneath your mounts growing deeper as the snowfall continues and picking up a little bit again. Up in the trees, a little bit reminiscent of not so many days ago in Skeletville, are ravens perched throughout the trees, their black forms standing out against this white, grayish, overcast backdrop. The forest ahead is shadowy and foreboding, but as far as the eye can see in each direction, it's forest no matter how far you go. Yofridir with a 14 recognizes this as being the Tokatskog, or Foggy Forest in Dwarvish. Nicely, there is no fog, as we are in the middle of winter, but the swirl of the snow kind of gives a little bit of a fog-like presence.
Well, we came at a good time of the year. The Foggy Forest is not foggy. our way through.
Through where? It's basically a wall.
Yeah.
You can see paths into it, but definitely going to be single file. There's not any sort of a real well-traveled, what most of you would be used to in roads. There have been a lot of those here. Building roads and learning how to read, not important things in Torchland. So
It's a tight path, but we should manage.
Has a better moniker than the Massacre Forest, so I think our odds are great.
Well, it's, to be fair, quite a bit more imposing than the Massacre Forest was.
I'll say the one comfort that comes from how dense this forest is that the thin passageways through it to Jofridir and Lonin seem smaller than probably what the Villamar would be able to fit through. Do we enter?
We must.
Yeah.
Onward.
Lead the way.
Lonan will take up the rear and keep watch from the back.
Yeah, if you guys want to give me the order of people, since we're going to be in a single file, kind of stuck in that.
Zedger will be right up there with Jofridir.
So Jofridir in front, Cedri second, Lonan in the back, Kiesel, Salinas, Alfred. Where do you want to be?
Kiesel will go second to back with Lonan.
After we'll follow after Cedric.
Alright, I guess that puts Salinas right behind Alfred. Okay. You start to push your way into the dense forest. How long does your spell last there?
12 hours.
Oh, right. Okay. We are. I'll use our reference. Driving through these trees as fast as we can, dodging left and right. These skeletal trees like closed in around you, and you just end in this tight bottle as you go through the trees. Once you pick your path in, your path pretty much starts to get very dictated for you as you move into the tree line. For the sake of ceiling height, Zedri, the canopy of this forest is about 30 foot tall.
That's so specific, Jeff.
Snow, as you enter in here, is about 2 feet deep, and the snowfall has picked up as you were getting close to the forest, and so it is swirling down, adding to that thick white blanket. As the ravens caw from their perches high above you, you weave your way through the towering trees with the cold biting at your face as you press on at breakneck speed towards the looming mountains that you can barely make out through the thick branches of the trees. Anybody want to give me a nature check?
I will.
Always.
Not that kind of druid, but why not?
You did some pretty nature druid stuff.
Damn, Lonan. Alright, Lonan and Cedri would be able to identify. I should just make it a harder check for Lonan, but she already beat the check by a long shot. So, and Salinas. Okay, Lonan, Cedri, and Salinas. These are massive chestnut trees, which would be lovely as a possible supplemental food source if they wasn't 2 feet of snow burying everything down below. You push deeper into the forest, and snow crunches beneath your snow ram mounts. towering, leafless trees open up into a clearing, a good mile inside, into the forest. It's a bit unexpected, as tight as everything has been. What's more unexpected is in the center of this open space stands a small stone open-air structure. Weathered, but sturdy. Would say reminiscent of Stonehenge type setup. Stones that clearly have been placed in certain points on purpose, but are very... take them as they got them. Transported the stones they could find, not this has been built from stone blocks. It is large monoliths. Based off the level of technology that you would all easily just attach to this rough structure, it is pretty primitive, probably quite old. Jofridir, never seen this place before. Last time you passed through here, didn't come across this. At the southern end of the structure, this edge closest... no, sorry. Northern edge of the structure, closest to you, is a stone, like an archway, that you got stones going up and then another stone laid across the top. And then there are two very smooth, two stones that stand out as kind of like they're benches to sit on next to this archway. They're the only two stones that really stand out as being that they've been refined in any way, have been treated with some stone mason work to them as to being beveled down, smoothed, and almost like they've just seen so much use over time that they've weathered a little bit. The archway, inviting in that it seems like a passageway into the structure, despite there being no walls to it. But what the purpose of this structure is likely long forgotten. This thing seems so ancient. And just beyond the archway, so you have this archway that goes up, and then these two benches on each side, and then beyond there's just 5 monolith pillars standing in like a semicircle. So like half of Stonehenge on the backside, and then this little archway entrance closest to you. The pillars are slightly shorter than the 2 supports of the archway. Their significance or purpose is not immediately recognizable. They don't make much sense. Any of you taxing your memory, reference to like 5 points or anything like that doesn't register in any way. If it'd been 6, there'd be some obvious connotations that would go with that. But 5 is pretty innocuous. The really big thing that stands out aside from this strange structure is that the snow's shallower here. Like almost like there's this buffer around this circle. Bare dirt in places, but definitely not the 2 feet deep snow that your snow rams are currently standing in as you take in this view. In addition to that, despite all of these large, massive sentinel trees around it, there is no signs of any undergrowth, any volunteer trees, any felled trees. It's like this place is perfectly maintained. Like give the appearance of like there's a groundskeeper that would be maintaining this. but there is nobody in sight, nothing in sight to suggest that somebody actually is doing it. It's just very well kept. Almost like the forest itself stays away or protects this area. What do you want to do?
Are there, from our location, are there any sorts of carvings or like shallow depressions into the stone?
Give me a perception.
Yeah, and I just as we all kind of file out of the narrow pathway, Giffer is just gonna turn to everyone. Before anyone asks, I have no idea what this place is. First time seeing it.
Certainly, I mean, beautiful in a haunting way.
Feels a lot safer than that tower that we passed by earlier.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure if it's safe per se.
All right, with your 13 and your 18, you would notice that there are some symbology carvings of some sort on the edges of the stones of the benches, as well as those two pillars holding up the archway.
Are they recognizable at all?
From this, staying at a distance, you can't make that out.
And we've broken the tree line at this point?
Yeah, you'd be just right on the outside of the tree line. You're not inside this maintained area, but you are in between. You're in the buffer zone, I guess you could say.
Alfred will dismount his snow ram and walk up to the front of the, like, gate, I guess it is.
Okay.
Here, just go and take a look at these,
Go ahead and give me
carvings.
an investigation.
Yeah.
Ronan will hop down and follow and help him.
Zedri is going to hop down and chase after Alfred and just call him out if he tries to touch anything. No, don't put your hand there.
And Cedric goes twice as fast as everybody.
Hey, look at that.
Runs around. Stops in front of Alfred. No, it's all right. It's all right. I won't touch anything. I'm just gonna look. I just want to look. Do I get advantage from Lonin?
Yeah.
Nice. Let's go.
Oh,
It could have been better.
Really
So are you investigating like the archway, the benches, the 5 pillars back behind? What are we looking at?
First I'm gonna use my inspiration and reroll that.
Okay.
And secondly, the archway.
Okay. Well, before you re-roll it, with the archway, you met the DC of 8, so don't waste your inspiration on that.
I appreciate you.
Hell yeah.
That's sweet.
All right. Looking at the archway, you had noticed these runic carvings from before. Getting up closer to them, looking at the various symbology to it, it makes no sense to you. It is clearly not done in any sort of language or set of known language that you're familiar with, either one of you.
But it is definitely repeated things.
Oh yes, it is
Like,
definitely somebody has put this here.
Well,
Has put
not
these carvings into it, and there's some purpose to them.
okay.
You just don't recognize the language.
Right. I don't think that I'm necessarily the most versed in all the languages that are around, but this one isn't in my wheelhouse.
I mean, I can read giant and Dwarvish, and those would be the most likely, and I can't read it either.
And for the sake of brevity, I will say anybody else who looks at them in response to that also cannot read them, because none of you have this in your language choices. Although I will have
Salinas,
Kiesel roll a history check.
Interesting.
So,
While that's happening, can Salinas cast Detect Magic?
Sure.
Oh no!
Yeah, nobody recognizes anything with it. Casting Detect Magic. Nothing pings as being powered at this point.
Well, probably safe to touch. I don't see any magic involved.
And you feel free to. You investigated the archway. If you want to investigate anything else, that's up to you. So,
Yeah, with Salinas making that statement, Alfred will pass through the archway, and he's gonna go take a look at the 5 pillars behind.
Lonan will take a look at the benches.
okay.
Cedric's
As
gonna
they're-
write down the symbols.
Yeah, as they're checking out all the stuff, Gilfrida will go up to the structures and gather up all the snow rams and tie them up somewhere.
Thank you.
Guilford is a real one.
Kiesel and Salinas.
I think Salinas is gonna take the tried and true method of staying outside and waiting for something to go wrong.
Fair. How about Kiesel?
Um,
That seems the opposite.
No,
of
Kiesel's
Kiesel,
go-
so.
no, yeah, Kiesel's going in. He's gonna go in and be looking at the pillars and everything too.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So Alfred passing through the gateway. Things seems pretty mundane. I mean, normal. Nothing jumps out at you. There are no carvings on the 5 pillars. They're just 5 large, massive rocks. All of them between 8 and 10 feet tall. The archway rocks are closer to 12. Lonan, give me an investigation check on the benches. Looking at the benches, quickly can see there's very, very, very old dried bloodstains on the stone. Can't place how old, but not, I mean, long before your lifetime.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it was an old sacrifice ground or something. Some bloodstains on the stone. Faint and extremely old. Probably well before the first any of our grandparents even were a glimmer in anyone's eye.
Is there any blood around the circle area?
Give me an investigation.
Okay.
No?
No. It seems to be a weird place for the blood to be. I figured that the center here would be more likely as a theater almost.
I mean, unless the focus wasn't on the sacrifice. And it was just to kind of motion to the whole thing, part of it.
I'll give me perception checks. Damn. Another 20.
Another 2 20s.
Saga's got rigged dice over there. Because that's a thing.
Mm.
Alright, you want to give me a Salinas one too?
Oh, I mean, I figure Selena's is kind of out.
No, it would still apply.
Okay.
He can be part of the party. Alright, everybody but Kiesel, looks like. DC 9.
Poor Kiesel.
So Kiesel's just kind of caught up, looking at the rocks. Doesn't really notice this, but all the rest of you all notice that Sound of the Ravens is gone. Kind of been echoing and following you all the way through. And a quick glance up. No ravens around anymore. Don't know when they disappeared, but they're not in this part of the woods.
Yeah, you're forgotten be looking up in the trees. I don't like the feeling of this place. Perhaps we should move on a bit more.
Yeah, I don't think a place where suddenly you don't hear birds all around you is probably a very good place to linger for too long.
Normally, if they're not around, it's for good reason.
How many of the inscriptions would Zedri have been able to transcribe?
I would say he would have been able to get all of the... They're fairly simple. So you'd be able to make pretty quick work of the archway.
Cool. I can't wait for a demon to pop out of my notebook.
Lonan, Yofridir, Zedri, Salinas.
Oh dear.
Well, you just hear like this very, very faint, barely audible. It sounds like a rustling of leaves, but shouldn't be any leaves. Trees don't have leaves anymore.
Your fears aren't ready his axe.
Lonan's gonna summon Folk.
Cedric's going to inch back to the tree line and summon his Firebird.
Selenas is going to see if he can spot any magical signatures around them.
Alfred will put his arcane firearm on.
Doesn't even see, he just sees the rest of us readying ourselves and he's like, oh shit.
Yeah, he's just looking around like,
Salinas, give me a perception check.
Ooh, I'm so good at those. Oh, it was almost at 20.
Okay, those of you that were hearing that initial sound, including Salinas, noticed sound getting just perceptibly louder. Soft shifting in the snow. Almost blends in with the wind and the natural ambiance of the forest. And as you try and pinpoint it, and Salinas, specifically eyes darting in all directions to try and detect magic off of things, you just cannot place where the sound is coming from. That it just seems to be coming from here and there and everywhere. causing the hair on the back of your necks to stand on end. Creeping sense of unease settling in as this is a very uncomfortable situation. Alfred and Kiesel, completely oblivious to what you are all hearing. And Salinas, with your detect magic, you catch it first. As you notice that glow of the detect magic as it seems like pieces of the trees. Looks like it's almost like an arm growing out of the side of a tree, and then another, and another, and another. Out across on the other sides of the clearing, away from you in most cases. Some a little bit closer. And you get that sense of, even though it just looks like branches growing out of the tree that are glowing up with the magic, it is like there's some creature or creatures watching from the tree lines. And then they're there. As one after another start darting out of the snow, moving up above the snow, crawling out from underneath the snowbanks, out from behind trees, all of them glowing magical. And I will say a history check for all but Lonan.
Oh, are these twig blights? No, Salinas doesn't remember.
Alfred does.
Alfred is the one that nails it, so Alfred quickly recognizes these being not the same, but very, very similar to the creatures that the druid controlled back before you ever arrived in Wiccob.
Yep.
So long ago it feels like at this point. The one major difference being every single one of these has glowing red eyes, a more thorny appearance, and you know what? You all roll me some perception checks, including Lonan this time.
AJ, this reminded you of our Thursday group too.
Alfred just yells out, "Fuck, not another fucking necromancer."
What? Necromancer?
Wait, did I misremember?
No,
it's just
that's what
There's the
controlled
druid.
those.
The druid that was the one that's controlling them.
Oh,
There's a
the druid
puppeteer
with
behind
the
them.
cursed staff that
oh right.
Cedric nicely toted around for a long time.
It's like
Okay.
a lifetime ago.
Cedric, Lonan, both notice that while these all look very plant-based, there is visibly signs of blood in the seams of the bark that makes up their body. Dried blood that just like it was running at some point in time and is just dried onto the bark. And bright red, glowing red eyes as these things come darting out of the forest. And roll initiative.
We are so back.
You're so bad.
No, I wasn't able to see them soon enough to put up. We're all bunched up together, right? We got back together. Fully.
Sort of. I'd say the majority of you are bunched up, yeah.
I think it's
think it's Kiesel and Alfred in the middle, and then Yoverdir and Salinas, kind of a little more out.
And
Yeah, your fear would still be kind of by the archway with all the snow rams.
Lonan would still be
Mhm.
by the benches.
Mm-hmm.
That was an interesting fail on the hidden air trying to add the encounter. It added one enemy and not all enemies. So,
Oh, the fight's gonna be so easy.
yeah, it narrowed it down quite a bit.
Give him some legendary actions, some layer actions. We're good to go. Then he's on part to take us on.
I mean, we are in the layer.
Don't give him any ideas.
Yeah.
Getting
One
a
little
nice-
dryad boss fight.
Can't wait for everybody to get pinned down to these dioceses and straight up dissected, because that's not going to bring up any past trauma for anybody in our party.
Speak for yourself.
Well, I was being sarcastic.
I know, that was also being sarcastic. We're just sassing each other, AJ. Oh god.
Oh.
Don't worry, it's just initiative rolls.
Okay.
This is about to say.
It didn't do the
Yeah.
auto initiative for me, so fun times on that. Although I will say, Lonan, your rolling kind of rubbed off on them a little bit.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You're still tops,
No.
but they got close.
I
All right.
apologize.
He's gonna cry. That
We'll be
you're
waiting a
gonna get this
while,
interview.
boys.
Get my map back up here. Okay. So I'll start with Salinas because he was the one that stayed to the side. And Zedri actively backed up because he said so. Jofredir and Lonan. Sorry, you guys were starting to describe where everybody was at, and I was in the midst of trying to get this all set up. So,
No worries.
remind me where you were thinking you should be.
Lonan was by one of the benches.
And
Alfred and Kiesel by the archway. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, your fear would be kind of in the area of the archway too with the snow rams, because he got them all together and tied them up.
Selena stayed outside of the archway.
Yeah.
As well.
I got Zedri and Salinas out at the outskirts. Jofredir, Kiesel, Alfred, all up closer to the archway. And sorry, Lonan was more with the Salinas Zedri group, with the Jofredir, or with the Alfred Kiesel group.
With Jofredir.
Okay.
Her and Folk would be right there.
Let's see. Is Folk in the... Yes. Good deal. Okay. I will share the map, and then you guys can tell me if you want to shift exactly where you're at.
Once it loads.
Yeah, it'll take a little bit.
Yeah.
High resolution maps, that's the downfall.
Oh, we love them so much. They're so pretty.
I don't know if all the cohorts are working, but Zedri also has his Firebird out. Because I know there was an error with it earlier.
Yeah,
It should have
it's
just.
it should still work. So
Yeah, just for some reason when we open up the stat block,
it's something with the yeah.
Oh, fantasy rounds is
Oh, there it goes.
chugging.
Yeah. It's
That
Don't
purr
know
is not
what.
a cat. It is my computer.
This is a gorgeous map
Um,
though, Silver.
The
Oh my
shadows
God,
are
yeah.
so good.
Yes. Kudos to you on this.
Thanks.
That is really cool. Why they gotta be all lined up like that and not bunched?
I think I got everybody on squares here. Alfred, you want to be back over there?
Yeah, that's
Back in the
yeah. I think he was more
I think it'd
towards
be fair to
the
have Alfred and Kiesel both over there since you guys were looking at the pillars.
yeah.
We'll put you in the center. Everybody good with the rest of them? Or have they loaded yet? Well, I know Zedry's is loaded because it's on stream, so.
Yeah, I'm good with mine.
Okay. And for the sake of not cluttering the map, I am not going to put the snow rams on the map. But I'm also going to state that there really wasn't any place to tie them up. So, Yoferdir, it's a matter of, do you want to send them off into the woods to get out of the way?
You tied them onto one of the monoliths. That's what set all these things off. They were just like the disrespect.
Probably would have tied them all together at least a bit. So yeah, he'd probably like shoo them off to the side. They can't go very far.
No, the
There's only so many
thing
places they
tied
can
together,
go.
they just get snapped or wrapped around a tree really quick.
Cybil is guarding them for us.
Oh, yes. Sybil's not on the map yet. Come on, people. You gotta help me with these things.
That's my bad.
You normally try to keep her out of combat.
I need to make a nice Sybil token. Okay. We gotta get rid of the too low-key music here. As we have our sound up and... So, no, they are not that big. They are swarms.
Okay.
So, I was not going to use little blight stat blocks that make you fight individually ones that would just take forever on action economy. So, Lonan, you are up first. Well, you get this nice, pretty crown. I don't know. Is that new or is that there before?
I don't know.
It's
All
cute.
right. Okay. So. All right.
Oh, we should probably turn your pass without trace off.
Oh yeah. I think we also need to fix because she's changed out from the Orichalcum chain shirt to the Chillbane one.
Oh, that one. Let's see.
But that's not important. Cause what is important is trying to see what she can do, cause she is going to cast on her arrows, turn them into flame arrows.
Okay.
No. There we go. So that does take her action. But she's going to kind of... Well, she'll stay where she is, and she'll command Folk to go up to these ones and start just biting.
All right.
So
You should be able
I
to drag
know.
on the tokens this time around. That should be fine.
well, I'm trying to. Not letting me drag from the sheet for some reason.
Cool.
Alright, let me just. Here.
Woo!
7.
Oh, yeah, friend zone's being nice and fun. So you want to just tell me where to?
17 to hit for full.
All right. Or 17 easily hits.
Yeah. And then it's. So. +4. Come on. It's. 2d6 plus 4 damage. 12 damage.
Alright.
And 2 of it is necrotic damage, so if that affects it at all.
Doesn't seem to.
Alright.
Okay, so 2 of it's necrotic, the other is
Piercing.
piercing. Okay. So the necrotic doesn't seem to be impeded at all, but the piercing damage doesn't seem to be like it. Folk bites in the side of one of these creatures. It's like starts ragdolling it back and forth as it hits the other ones, and it doesn't seem to really make a whole lot of. It's doing damage, but not as much as you would expect Folk's bite to do.
Okay. And that's my turn.
Alright. That means one of the blight groups is up next. Oh yeah, these are... Yeah. This is where I should not build things 2 months in advance and then come in to try and run them. Get a glitch in the stat block and it's being messy for me, so...
Oh, hello.
Dang, they can enter the circle. I thought it would be like a sea bear trap.
Alright, I'm going to inspire the anger of all. They're going to attack Cybil and not Alfred.
We've got a diamond.
How
It's
dare
fine.
you.
Alright. Oh man, yeah, this is not letting me do... I'm going to have to force these through. Fun! Does 18 hit Cybil?
Yeah.
That's gonna hurt. As there just like 10 of them in this swarm coming through.
Oh god.
Ooh.
14 damage.
How much did we even give Cybil? We
She's
didn't
got 22.
Oh, that's okay. And now
She's
see
still
it.
up. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Wow, this thing is being...
Okay, now I do remember we did buff Cybil's HP to...
Okay, that is its turn. That'll move us to the next one, which is going to come in and go after Kiesel. They are going to attempt to grapple Kiesel. So I'm going to need a competing athletics or acrobatics.
Okay.
Oh, it's very winnable for him.
I would hope so. I would hope so.
Alright, that was a 15 to your 11. So they go and they just swarm around Kiesel, all these creatures going and climbing up, and they're just like all wrapped around Kiesel, just like covered in all these slightly smaller beings, wood-like creatures as they all attach to him. And that's their turn.
Rolling like trash for Kiesel all night. He's haven't rolled one good thing for him all night.
He's okay.
He's a fighter.
Okay. That's where they're at. It's going to be a pain for keeping track of things, so I'm going to move them back out so that they aren't covering up your tokens. They're going to go after Yofrid here. Just completely bypassing Lonin and Folk.
I just realized I never rolled initiative for Cybil.
No, go ahead and do that.
Where is it?
Oh, 9 to hit on the Barbarian. I'm going to guess that's a miss.
Yeah, just
Unless
by a
something
little
has
bit.
really terribly happened to your AC.
Yeah, it just barely misses.
Okay.
Okay,
It was
they don't have a
close.
button, so here's just a dex check.
Okay,
My turn.
16.
She needs to run away, and she needs a turn to do that.
Oh, she goes after Yofrid here now, so.
Alright, so since they're
So that one is right
technically-
next. They are next
yeah,
to you.
right in
so.
front of me, I am going to rage.
And I just go ahead and roll in the box on things so it doesn't potentially trigger as being you're trying to swing at something out of range. Yes, don't use the targeting. The only guy that uses the targeting.
No! It's because he
Oh,
didn't use the
man.
targeting.
All right,
DC
make that
10
strength save.
so-
Blame it on the
That-
targeting.
Oh, yeah, that wasn't much.
Hopefully I can make the DC 10, you know?
Slides a little bit, you catch the end of the pommel and just regrip it.
Yeah, and as it
Second
slips
attack?
and I regrip it, I'm gonna just swing it down for my extra attack.
Okay.
Hopefully hit this time.
Damn.
Holy
What
crap!
are the fucking odds of that?
What are the odds?
Holy crap.
Oh,
And it's the same one.
it's got a little bit of frost on the handle. It was a bit hard to hold on to.
But not that hard.
Yeah, not that hard. Yeah, well,
Lonin's 20s have burned through all the luck.
I think that's my turn. He's
Alright.
just gonna look to Lona and be like, "You didn't see that."
I won't tell anyone.
Cybil's up.
This, area south of Cybil is, terrain, correct? Walkable terrain?
Straight, that's the gateway.
Okay, heard.
Yeah, so she can go straight through there. Keeping in mind, this swarm is here.
Yeah. Cybil will action dodge and just sort of, hug this gateway, or hug the archway. And sort of, she's just
You want
gonna...
to dodge or you want to disengage?
Disengage, sorry, thank you. I misspoke.
I figured that's what you meant, so. Okay, so she's going to disengage, get out to over there, be...
Why? Yeah, lick her wounds. Bonus action.
Okay. It's one of those official bonus actions. I think that's in the 2024 book, right?
I think so, yeah.
All right. That's it for Cybil. And
How many more of these go before us?
All of them.
okay.
That's why you don't mess with Stonehenge.
It's really annoying having to go and put in all the modifiers for these, but Salinas is a 15 hit.
Let me double check.
I would think not, but maybe.
It hits me exactly.
Oh, okay.
AC of 15. Ooh, oh,
As
yes.
needle spikes come shooting out of the swarm, all shooting out in your direction. Your attention a little bit more focused on everything that's going on right in front of you as this whole swarm is right next to you. Catches you off guard just enough. And 27 damage. Which will take their turn and bring us to the group that's with Folk. Already engaged with Folk, so just going to stick there. +6 to hit. And a nat 1.
They do.
Despite the fact that there's 10 of them attempting to scratch at Folk. Folk is just too darn dodgy.
It's like I
All
know
right.
he's dodging. It's just that they just can't break her scales.
That, you know what? I like that description better. Let's go with that. All right, we're to Kiesel then. Grappled by that one group.
Oh, okay. That's what is within melee of him? Oh, okay. I guess I think he's just going to just try and hit him.
I'm going to turn the grid on because it makes it less pretty, but it's a lot easier to tell where everything goes.
Function of the form right now.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah, I think he's just going to. Yeah, I think he's just going to be going at this thing with his glaive. So is that with attack with disadvantage then,
Let me put the grapple
or just
on
normal?
You can
Okay.
fighting spirit, right? For
to give advantage.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's smart. I think I shall do that.
I'm out of practice. Not that I never had to look this stuff up when I was in practice.
yeah, no, get that advantage. Get those. I think he's got.
So no, you don't. You do not have disadvantage in a grappled position.
Even
Ooh,
better.
I think I think he would still fighting spirit then, but
Advantage is always nice.
advantage is still always nice.
I think he gets like 5 temp HP from it.
Jeez.
Yep.
All right, that easily hits.
Ooh.
Ooh, nice 9.
And then second attack.
That'll hit.
Oh, tries in low damage roll.
He's trying to get the ones that are grappling him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
It's hard to aim a pole arm back at yourself.
trying to pry them off. All right, that's bonus action. If he wants to move, otherwise, Alfred, you're up.
He can't move. He's grappled.
That's right. His speed is 0.
0. Yeah. Are all the swarm like mass locations true to? Like, are they accurate?
Those ones next to you are where they're at. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Alfred is going to see all the swarms around him and see like how much is coming up on them. He's gonna try and do some damage control. And take out from his pack a small metal box with one end that has a circular opening and it's got some blades on the end. And he's gonna stick it down like one square in front of him, basically to his left. And he is going to cast Wind Wall, and he's going to start a counterclockwise circle, intersecting all the needle blights in that like range. The 3 masses that are one next to him, 2 at 9
The 3
o'clock,
that are
and
next to each other.
yeah,
The 2 next to you, and then the 1 to the left. Or are you?
no,
doing
no,
the one
no.
right?
Starting with not the one that's grappling Kiesel because he doesn't want to catch it. He's
Okay.
starting with his left.
So 40, 42, and 25.
Heard, yes.
Okay.
So I think 5, 10. I think I can start drawing. Oh god, where is? Where are tools? Oh, there we go. Yeah, so he'll start 5. Hello? Oh, there we go. 5. Is it not drawing? There we go. Oh, I think I see it. It's like underneath it.
Oh yeah. Yep. I see your red line.
And then we'll go this way, and then come down this way, and just basically 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, and then 50, and then like at the bottom of 25. And this one will like obviously face out and push that way. It's 50 feet long, 15 feet high, and 1 foot thick, and
They gotta make
it's
strength save.
strength save. Yeah.
So if you want to drag the strength save from your spell on each of them.
Heard.
Something new. We like new.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that did it.
Yep. Failure, success, and success.
Okay.
So if
And that's
you drag the
3d8.
damage onto each of them, drag that
Okay.
3d8 bludgeoning on each, it'll automatically have it. If there's the halving on the successes. So
Cute. I love technology. When it works.
is all of these swarms of needle blights just all start getting pummeled by an invisible barrier.
Yeah, and then bonus action, he'll sort of like turn back towards the group, and with the last couple like seconds, he'll flip the switch on his arcane firearm, and obviously in a situation where he doesn't know where things are going on, he's going to want to protect everyone. So he's going to cast that and have himself, Kiesel, and Cybil get a little bubble.
Okay.
Should have had that ready. Oh, error messages. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, anything with the cohorts thing is not working well. And
Oh,
I did make sure I went and downloaded the most recent one. It's just not. So if you just want to roll the dice.
Yeah. It's just a D8. +3.
So 4.
4. Nice. Well, it's something.
And so that's going on Cybil, you, and well, Kiesel's already got 5 temps. So
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and that'll be Alfred's turn. Action,
Alright.
bonus action. He's staying put.
Salimus, you know that acupuncture you watched Cedric doing? It appears you're getting some natural version of it.
Oof. Oof. Here, here. Find my page amongst everything else.
Oh, and question, Silver. Does the wind wall seem like it's pushing the needle plates like away? Does it have any sort of effect on them? Or are they sort of just like barred from entry, basically? It says smaller flying creatures or objects can't pass through the wall. But I didn't know if it had like
Double check.
a pushing effect.
Too far.
Ooh, okay. This is unfortunate. Okay.
So they're medium-sized creatures.
Okay, so they can't pass through.
Yeah.
Huh. You guys are too spread out. Need you to group up more.
Us or them?
Do you want us to cast? Do you want to cast Fireball on us?
No, I want to put a wall around us.
I'm trying.
It's only a 20-foot circle.
Oh, sucks for us then. Y'all can be safe.
Yeah, but then you guys are stuck outside. No, I think Zedri, I'm gonna leave you out because you can use your Firebird to teleport inside.
Okay. Okay.
Because if you touch it, if anyone touches it, they take the damage. So I think this is going to run here. And then I think he can put up one up that covers the 5 of us and plus Cybil. And he's going to cast Autoluke's Radiant Screen. This yellow shimmering dome pops up around us.
Okay, so yellow
Is thunder damage.
Okay,
I
are
think
you
it's going
moving
to
there, or is
partially-
that where you're putting the dome?
I'm moving there first, and then I'm putting
Okay.
it basically. It's going to be. I think it is going to partially intersect the two swarms that are there.
Because
Again,
isn't also the 23 swarm actually like basically on top of Yofredir and I as well?
here's the draw tool. Sorry.
Okay, so the 20-foot diameter hemisphere, is it centered on you, Cybil, and the 2 squares
Yeah.
to your right, so that Kiesel and Jofridir and kind of sort of Lonin are inside?
Oh, it would exclude Alfred too. Oh no.
I will say you'd be safer moving it up to bring in Alfred and lose Jofridir, because Lonin's in a one that only goes through part of it because it's a circle, not a square.
Okay.
So Lonin would be borderline getting hit by it. If
And
you move it up
Lonin-
one, it doesn't hit him.
I was gonna have Lonin move away her next turn anyway, so you're fine to keep her out of it.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that then. And then if you really want in, Zedri has a teleport.
Okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
I know I'm drawing a square, but
Yeah.
Tomato, tomato.
Yes, thank you.
it works.
It does.
All right. Any bonus action or further movement?
Because it kind of pops up on top of these 2 swarms, do they need to make saves right away? Because I'm not sure how that ruling works.
We'll go ahead and say that yes, they do. I'm gonna say damage is halved because we're hitting only a portion of the swarm. So it's a bunch of them aren't being hit, but because it's a swarm and it takes up such a large space, some of them are getting hit. So we'll have the damage, and then of course quarter the damage if it's a matter of they succeed. But what's our wisdom save? We need to hit.
I think it's a 15 and not. Where did it go? Where's my? I think it's a 16. You hit a 16.
Okay.
Correct. Oh, they
Well,
have
the
minus
16,
1.
but minus
Yay!
1. So
Thank goodness.
they hang out in Alfred's camp.
I was just about to say familiar territory.
Alright, that's fails on each, so you want to roll the 8d8. Okay.
And Salinas is going to yell out, "Don't touch this thing! It's going to hurt!"
Alright. Anything else from Salinas?
Forgot I had this.
He'll bonus action heal Cybil. He's standing right there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's his turn.
Cedric.
Okay. Very important point of clarification. Is this radiant screen opaque?
No.
Okay.
It's like translucent.
Okay, so I can clearly see what's on the other side of it. It's not distorted in any way by the, like, magic of it.
I guess explain your purpose.
I have to be able to see where I'm
there's
teleporting.
A color. Oh yeah, you can see for teleportation.
Okay,
You're
okay.
fine.
Yeah, because if it's like multifaceted like glass, then it would obscure the place where I land, and then my legs would be like crumpled on the teleport. So I just need to make sure.
No, it's a glowing colored bubble.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Then that changes things. Yeah, Zedri will go ahead and move. He's gonna go ahead and move up near Yoverdir and Lonan. That's not the wall, but it's right next to it.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And
If it helps, I'll move the swarm back.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
He's gonna go ahead and move over there. He's going to see the big group of blights and the others that are held back by the wind wall. He's just gonna go ahead and kind of like deeply breathe, and he is going to go ahead and use one of his key points to go ahead and give himself patient defense. So, boop. I'll use my bonus action for that. And then actual action, Zedri is almost like at the foot of the arch, although it's on the other side of the screen. So he's going to go ahead and put his hand down, and just a small flame is going to kind of take, and then it's going to like roil forth out into a 20-foot radius cube. So it's 40 feet in diameter. He's going to go ahead and cast a spell called Bountiful Life. And it's a concentration spell, but it literally has no effect right now.
Beautiful.
Is it a bonus to healing?
You'll see. I told you my action changed based on this. So I'll put my concentration on this. Cool. And then, yeah, that's Zedri's turn.
Okay. That'll bring up the one low rolling blights. They're going to move up right in around you, Zedri, but attack Yoferdir. He looks more appetizing. And they continue to roll FRUD against Yoferdir. You're just so intimidating over there. Alright, that'll put us back to top of the order and Lonan.
Yes. So, Lonan is, first of all, going to just risk the attack of opportunity. And is going to move up here.
Okay. They will make the attack of opportunity. See if they can hit. See if they roll as good against you as they do against Yoferdir. They do.
Yep.
Nope. Alright, so she goes up there. Let me also, because I forgot to do it earlier, drag the concentration onto Lonan for this. And so much scrolling. And on the one that she just escaped out of their reach from, she is going to roll. Is an 18 hit?
Yes.
Alright. So, 1d8 piercing plus the d6 of fire damage.
Alright.
And
Much similar to Folk, you notice that the arrow itself does not do as much damage as you would expect, but the fire definitely does.
Yeah. So she will do the same thing with another arrow. She'll shoot it off. And, ooh. Does it... 12 does hit, yay!
Yep.
Oh, wow.
For some reason it didn't do the d6 of fire damage. I guess
Which
another
two?
2 of
Alright.
fire damage. And she will command Folk to once again bite. Let me see and get Folk's.
Folks got choice of bites now.
Yeah. A Folk will bite the one she had already chomped down on. So, +7 to attack. 7. Does an 11 hit?
No.
Alright. So Folk will try to
They're
bite.
easy to hit, but not that easy.
That's you know what, that's fair. And yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. I'll take this back to number 40. Move over there and
Since I'm in the globe, do I not get an attack? If they move?
depends on what you're going to attack with, which it's got to be a melee attack on an opportunity attack, unless you got something that gives you the ability to do something beyond that.
I do not.
And your melee attack would put you into making contact with the sphere.
Okay, so yes. Never mind.
Oh, that kind of sucks. All right.
To be fair, these guys shouldn't have been hit by the thing anyway, because they're on the corner of the circle. They weren't actually in the circle anyway, so they took half their hit points for nothing. But fair exchange on that one. Maybe. I think that probably helps out better. Getting the 20 hit points.
You don't know
Okay.
how much damage Alfred would do?
That's fair. That is fair. Okay. 5. The 17 hit Alfred.
Yes, I do not have shield.
Alright.
Huh, that's an interesting one.
Okay. Double check. I think it's just +1. Alright, that's 18 points of piercing damage as the needles come shooting through the sphere.
This plan didn't work out as well as I thought it was going to.
Let's see. Alfred. Alfred, roll me a d20.
Okay.
I'll let you be my randomizer here.
Gladly.
Okay. Spikes come shooting through the sphere, impacting your body in various places, up in the squishy bits outside of your armor, and splashing blood off beyond you. A little bit gets on Kiesel, but thankfully he's protected largely by the mass amounts of these things that are still climbing on him. Half of them scorched and thunder damaged, but that is it for its turn. That'll move to the one that's got Kiesel.
It's gonna let go of Kiesel?
It's gonna pull Kiesel into the sphere.
So he has to try to.
They're taking it too. They're both
does he
gonna
get
take the damage, or
Does he-
both have to make the save.
Does he get to try to? Does he get to try to resist?
Yeah, they both get to make the strength save.
Oh, strength save to try to not be pulled.
Yeah, and then then there's the other part too. But that's the modifier. 21 to his 27. That's pretty much unbeatable by the blight. So he's there, right? So since they can't pull him and they still got him grappled, they'll stay where they're at. And they will just continue to claw at him. And by doing so, bringing the rest of them up, I'm going to make them make the strength save again on the sphere.
The wisdom save.
Or the wisdom save, sorry.
Yeah.
3d10 plus 2. Wait a second. Let me put the right thing in here. $21 to hit on Kiesel.
That'll hit.
Okay. 23 damage.
Ooh, they're rolling some good damage dice.
That's 18 after the temps. And what'd you say was the DC on the wisdom save? That they get their lovely -1 on?
I believe it's
It was 16.
16.
They failed.
Oh no, sorry, it's 17.
They failed.
Regardless. Still half damage.
Yeah, just roll the 8d8.
Okay. Yeah, so roll right
And
roll
I'll,
the box.
I'll
then.
do the half. Yeah. It's an interesting sound effect. It keeps on pulling for that. Their numbers are quickly diminishing. There's very few of them still holding on to Kiesel as they are exploding from the thunder damage. And leads us to number 23, the one that's standing on top of Yofredir. And, well, they're going to see if somebody can roll above a 10 in attacking Yofredir. It seems an unlikely scenario at this point, the way they've been rolling.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
They were saving up.
Jinx.
It wasn't a crit.
Oh,
No?
It's only 13 damage, which it is piercing damage, so it's going to be halved on you, I believe.
So 6.
Alright, Yofredir, give me a d20 roll.
get rid of that one. That's good.
You've had a few too many of those tonight.
Yeah.
They go and just they're raking at you with their claws and just blood scattering. I need perception checks from Kiesel, Selena. Kiesel and Lonan and Alfred.
This is bad.
Nice. Always count on
Oh,
Lonan.
this is some blood magic
Alright.
shit, isn't
All right,
it?
Lonan.
Lonan, you don't notice like the blood splatter so much, since it's so far away and it's not that much. What you do notice is that the bench behind Yofredir next to the archway
Mm-hmm.
lights up blue. And it's Yofredir's turn.
Yeah, not paying attention to the bench by me. He is going to...
You kind of got other things in front of you.
Yeah, he's just gonna swing at this thing right in front of him.
That'll hit.
It hits at least. Yep.
Yeah.
Good damage. Good damage. And then... Yeah, he'll swing the Jan.
That misses.
Let me see something real quick. I will manifest my echo. I don't know if you want me to drag the cohort thing out.
Nah, it's
No.
honestly they're working so clunky right now. Let's not even bother.
Yeah, we'll do it like the spot right below Folk. So
Okay.
it's like directly across
Put
from
him on
me.
the opposite side. Yep.
Yeah. And then it will do an extra attack on the swarm as well.
The one that you're fighting.
Yes.
All right. That'll hit.
That's all we need.
Okay. So that's an interesting question. Does your Echo get to use the magic item that it doesn't possess?
Let me see what the echo says.
Oh, we haven't really ever talked about that before, but
It's magic. He transfers.
I know
all the
it's because it's magic. You can always make an argument for it, one way or the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, because really all it says about its attack really is when you take the attack action on your turn, any attack you make with that action can originate from your space or the echo space. You make the choice for each attack. And then when I unleash the Inkarnation is when it makes its attack, and I can only do that up to my con mod.
Okay.
So it doesn't mention that it's
We'll
own
say it does.
weapon.
We'll say it's like kind of a teleportation type mechanic of your weapon attack is coming through the other entity. If it was just a regular magic item, I really wouldn't probably worry about it. It's the fact that it's a divine magic item that
Yeah.
the duplication of it just seems a little bit
Odd.
iffy, but we'll let it go.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't specify anything about a stat block for the Echo or the type of damage the Echo does. So
Yeah, and after it does its attack, that'll be my turn.
Okay. Oh, Cybil. I moved past Cybil accidentally. Everything got yellow.
Yeah. There's not much for Cybil to do. Sybil's a little mad though. She's gonna come over to. Oh, I'm still in draw mode. She's gonna come up one square and just take a nibble at these needle plates that are attacking Kiesel.
Okay.
Oh god, I have to get the cohorts tab out.
Just it's +3.
Oh, okay, it's a d20 plus 3. Heard.
Yep. And AC at 12, so. Oh yeah, that definitely hit.
Chomping.
Alright.
That's 1d6 plus 1. I believe that's still correct. Yeah, 1d6 plus 1.
Yeah, Sybil's pissed. She can't reach the one that hurt her, but she's getting some revenge.
She
She just
should.
grabs one and just rips its arm off. She's got a new stick to play with.
Nice.
Alright.
Yeah, that'll be it.
All right. Got a number 42 stuck on the other side of this wall. A wall, and then another wall.
We just keep erecting these barriers, both
Yeah.
physically and emotionally.
All right. It's gonna. You know what? It doesn't know. It's just gonna shoot the needles, and when they hit that wall, the needles just get blown away into other places and burn its
Nice.
attack. All right, we got one over here with Folk. Guess it'll just continue to try and hit Folk. 22.
That hits.
That's 15.
I'll keep track of folks' damage.
All right, I got it marked on here. She's on the sheet, just
Okay.
way down the list. So, because she's in the 0 initiative. Anyway, Kiesel's up.
Kiesel, I think, is just going to get very mad at these things and try and slash them to bits.
Seems like a Kiesel thing to do.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
hits.
3 hits.
If they have an AC of 12, as long as he doesn't roll a nat 1, he hits.
Don't say that.
Killing blow. Takes out the last of them.
Nice.
Cybil can
Nice.
keep her stick.
Nice.
I think for a second attack, he'll quickly from his belt pull one of the javelins and throw it at this group ahead of them that was attacking Alfred.
Oh, that's the first time I've seen where AJ marked his square.
I just drew it, so
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I'm like, man, how did I not notice that before? All right.
And then
Bonus action remove.
bonus action, second wind.
Okay.
Hey, guess what? Because you went ahead and did second wind, that finally procs bountiful life. So anybody who
Nice.
is within the square gets 9 temporary hit points.
Nice.
Oh.
Including the one that prompted.
Yes.
All right.
Nice.
Okay.
That's
Who is not in the
big.
square? Lonan?
Only one.
Yep.
Big.
Not me.
Oh no.
I figure Zedzu do something that doesn't help Lonan.
I really tried to, but then the screen happened.
To
I
be
was trying to get
fair,
everyone inside.
to be fair,
And it is friendlies or everybody?
It is friendlies, specifically.
Okay.
Allies.
All right.
to be fair, Loden was built to stay away from the party in a fight. So
Alfred.
Yeah, Alfred is going to. He'll just stay right there. He's fine. Out of his bag, he's going to find the second attachment for his, or not second attachment for the arcane firearm, but sorry, wrong one. He'll reach into his pack and pull out a sort of mortar launcher and sit down on the ground and out from it, he's gonna shoot off 3 projectiles and cast a scorching ray at this one
Okay.
that's gone away from him.
Nice.
All right, cool. All right, let's go number 2. He's just a little off balance, and then the
He's
second
got a
one
zero
goes.
in on the target.
Huh?
He's got a 0 in on the target with his little mortar.
Oh yeah. And damage. Nice. And then third one goes off. He's got to work on his aim a little bit.
I'm liking the scorching ray sound effects sounding like a mortar hitting the ground. So it's like they knew you were doing this.
I planned it. Yeah, with that, his bonus action is basically invalidated. So that'll be his turn.
All right, Salinas.
I can't give more temp HP.
You could try. You'd have to roll max.
Yeah. Why not? I'll roll it. I'll roll
Give
the
it a
D8.
shot.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh,
Not
so
quite.
close. So close. All right, Salinas, from inside the yellow dome, what do you got for us? Art expert AJ, what does yellow and purple make? Or yellow and lavender, to be particular.
Yellow and lavender. If you're talking about RGB,
The ground.
What
Yeah.
does Sedri look like through the yellow lens?
oh jeez. Let me see.
And you also have to take into consideration, like, what type of lens is it? Is it like a reductive lens where, like, the color of the prism, like, subtracts?
Well, he's going to look quite funny.
You know what I'm talking about, Conrad?
Yeah.
Be like monochromatic.
It would be like a pinkish color. If I'm looking at it correctly. No, maybe not. I'll sleuth it. We'll figure it out.
I guess it also
We need to
depends
know
on, like,
for
what
the
ratios
live
of
action version.
yellow and...
It would be red. Because if you're looking at like yellow and like a magenta, red's in the middle of it.
Oh.
Because I'm
So you're
guessing
saying
this is
he looks
based on
a little bit more like Alfred.
Yeah, because it's based on prismatic light and not like a chromatic color wheel like RBY. So it would be red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Very fluorescent red though, like high pigmentation, not the like very dark red that Alfred's complexion is.
Yeah. He's like
You're
neon red, and
positively
I'm more like
glowing, Cedric.
matte. Well, now that we got the
Okay.
color theory out of the way.
Yeah, I think now we can shoot some Eldritch Blasts, I think. That's where we're sitting.
Okay. Say you are in melee.
Oh, I am.
Because both of those
Interesting.
swarms are adjacent to you.
If they make opportunity attacks, though. Oh no, it just means I'm at disadvantage, not opportunity attacks. Right.
Yeah, if you moved out of the way, their opportunity attacks would expose them to the screen.
You know.
They're probably dumb enough to hit you too.
I'd be down to do that.
That might be the best move you can do.
Just
I was like, maybe
walking
some of
5
these
feet.
moves first.
Na, na, na,
baits
na,
them.
na, na,
Arms
you
through
can't
the
hit me.
cage, trying to reach at you.
Yeah. And I can still shoot off my Eldritch Blast.
Yep. Okay. On the one side, 24 to hit.
That'll hit. I can take it. I had 9 temporary HP.
Oh, what the heck is that doing? Okay. Doesn't want to let me just drag it on there, so... Alright, and then the other one... Oh, and that one.
Yep.
Alright, and then you make the wisdom save with their lovely -1. It's a miss. That's a miss on their part, so they're both gonna fail those, so... $16 damage.
I'd love to see it.
16 damage. As the group around Jofridir gets really, really thin, as they were basically engulfing Jofridir to try and swing at you. And yeah, you still have your action and bonus action.
I will shoot some.
That may be a new record for the most damage dealt without actively doing anything.
He stepped back though.
That's true.
Oh,
He did initiate.
That's true. I'm gonna be shooting the one up above. If you need me to step to the side a little bit to get better line of sight, I can do that.
Nah, it's a swarm.
Okay.
They're big. They go to the left and to the right. Actually, where they're really located would not be a problem. Alfred's not that tall. Definitely hits.
And second one?
There's like one left.
Apparently what? Apparently not.
Man, what have they got? Okay, there's one left now.
Okay. And then bonus action. Heal Jofridir.
Ah, he's healthy now.
You can technically get 5 temp HP. Silliness if you want it, since
Nice,
you
I
lost your
will-
9.
I will take it. Won't say no.
All right, add it for Salinas.
Yep.
Zedre. Outside the bubble,
Did
swarms of little ugly things.
these things initiated combat with us, correct? In that
Correct.
anybody who was kind of around the structure got attacked, not just people who went into it.
So, technically, they did not initiate because Lonan went first. But they looked menacingly enough at you to prompt Lonan to shoot them.
They have only attacked people who either stepped inside or... No, they're attacking everything.
Salinas was one of the first ones that got
Great.
attacked.
I feel so much better about this then. Zedri's going to go ahead and whistle for his Firebird to come over. He's going to hold his action to heal Salinas when he is not tinted yellow. And he is going to go ahead and teleport, but not before apologizing to Jofridir for what is about to happen. He'll just turn and say, "I'm so sorry, Ophidia. When it comes down to it, it's Silliness's fault." And then he'll kind of jump back through the wall, and Ophidia has to make a dexterity save.
I can take it.
So it's
You got the wildfire spirit on outside or next to you?
it'll be like right on my arm, so kind of same space.
I'll put it right there.
And
good?
cheesy crazy this darn log. Oh, it's so bad. Everybody needs to make a dexterity 15 save, but I don't think I can drag it onto the creatures. Yeah,
No, not from the cohorts. That's not working well enough to.
that's fine.
Okay. What'd you say the DC was?
It was 15. And
Let's see, what's their dex?
it's save or suck, so.
+1. Woo!
Whoop.
It's a fail.
Nice.
Hey!
Okay, it's going to be 9 fire damage to anyone who failed, and then
Okay.
if they passed, nothing.
Okay. So 9 to number 25.
Yes. And then Zedri already has his staff of healing kind of like out, and it's already starting to like illuminate. And he will say, "Selenas, I don't know why you tried to bar me from helping all of the people who are inside of here." And he is going to like push it like in towards Selenas. He's going to cast it at 4th level. And he also gets an extra d8 on top of it from the Firebird. So it'll be a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 onto Selenas.
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm not trying to prevent anything.
And then everybody can go ahead and take 10 temp HP if they want to within the box.
Oh, it's more.
Does anybody want to decline? I may feel lucky today. They're just like, yeah, you know what? I don't need that.
I'm not in the box.
I know.
Sorry. Apparently, you don't get to vote in this one, so.
No.
But that'll also take 1, 2, 3, 4 charges of the Staff of Healing. So yeah, that'll be Zedri's turn.
All right.
Did you do
Let's
5?
do that one on the outside. You know what? They are intelligence of 4. They don't get it. Yellow Dome, hurt. No, doesn't make any sense. Until they've done it, they don't get it. So it's his turn to try it. Sorry, their turn. I have no idea. We have no identity as to genders with the... And there's too many. There's a swarm, so they gotta be they.
They're not intelligent enough for it.
That was crit.
Of course
Cedric.
it was. Of course it was. No, it's fine.
Let's see, where is it at for... Okay.
I will use the spell that I forgot that I had. I will cast. Alfred will throw out like this. This like yellow ball, and it's going to like explode in front of Zedri. It's gonna like throw it in between like 3 people apparently. It's gonna explode in front of him, and it's going to protect my ally with a barrier of invisible force. Until the end of the turn, the target gains resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, and a +5 to AC, including against the triggering attack.
Okay.
And then after it's resolved, the creature that makes the attack takes 1d4 force damage, and I mark it until a turn. Okay, it just has disadvantage.
Okay, so the addition to the AC isn't going to stop the hit. We'll have resistance on the piercing damage, correct?
Correct.
Following that?
Yeah. Sorry, that was a lot.
Nope, you're fine.
I deeply appreciate it, though.
Yeah. I forgot I had this, and I was like, oh. Oh wait, that's just on self. Oh, whoops. Okay.
Ooh. Because that's going to be
plus
another 30.
So 49, and then halved down to. I'm too far out of practice. 44 or is it 45? Or no, sorry, it's 24 or 25. Is it
24.
24.
rounded down on the halved? Yeah.
Rounded down.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 24 damage, or actually 14 as we burn through the 10 temps.
And then I'll roll the D4 on them.
Yep.
1.
And then
Okay.
I have to make my con save for the spell.
For the 24.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that. We don't need to do any math. We're good there.
Hey, I got people their temp HP for as long as it lasted.
Hey, that was great.
Alfred's the ace on it.
And then, because they're attacking
pick
through the
up.
barrier, they got to make their wisdom save, which they pass. Go ahead and roll
Ow.
your 8d8.
Actually pass.
Somehow. There was a 15% chance of passing.
That was a good roll, though.
Oh.
Well, actually, no. It was a terrible roll. That's an 88.
Yeah. Yeah.
7 damage.
Oh.
It's quartered. Okay. That will be it for its turn. Zedra, only a d20. Okay. As these blights like force themselves through this barrier and just clawing and clawing and clawing at you, and you get this shield comes over you to kind of resist some of the damage, but some of your blood goes splattering across. And Alfred, I think you're my only one with an angle, so give me a perception check.
Well, let's see if I see. I see.
Alfred, you see the opposite bench from the one that lit up to Lonan. You see that one light up, and then Salinas and Zedri and Cybil and Kiesel and Alfred and Jofridir notice as the entire archway illuminates from the bottom all the way up. And in a snap, Salinas and Zedri are gone, along with the Firebird.
Oh.
Is there any like effect that happens, or they're just like I blink and they're gone?
Yeah, that would probably be a good way to think of it, is like the blink. It's like they blinked from this plane. The other thing you notice is that all the blights start to recede back towards the forest. Yarfrider, give me a give me an attack roll with advantage.
You think he's gonna finish this off?
Just see if you can waste that one group before they can get away. Oh yeah, 25. Just cleaving through these things. You have this bright light shining behind you, but you're more focused on all the enemies surrounding you, so you just continue to cleave away. And Alfred, Cybil, Kiesel are just left standing here looking at, wait, well, where'd our friends go? Lonan, you see the whole thing light up, but you really didn't have a good viewpoint on seeing Salinas and Zedri, so you don't really know what's going on other than the enemies are moving away. I will say Folk can make an attack with advantage to try and decimate her swarm as well.
Cries. The one blight from this swarm gets to escape, I guess.
Yeah, the one with 2 HP up at the top.
Dirty 20?
Yeah, the Folk just is like ripping apart blights and throwing pieces left and right as her and Yofordir continue to just like lay waste to this group of blights over to the left.
Oh,
Yeah, you didn't have to roll damage. It was just a matter of keeping them in the fight. For that matter, Lonan can continue shooting at them as much as she wants, but more so turning to the reaction of Alfred and Kiesel to Salinas and Zedri disappearing at this point.
Yeah, Alfred just like stumbles forward towards the archway and just like he starts like not scratching but just sort of like pawing at the archway to like almost like fruitlessly like where did they go?
And I will note that the archway is still illuminated. All of the little runes that Zedri was taking note of are all lit up around, glowing in a light blue, very reminiscent of the riddle board from the dream. And Alfred, as you're looking at this, you don't see the forest on the other side. You see a different forest on the other side. The most noticeable difference being the sun's coming from the opposite direction.
Alfred walks towards the light.
Does he walk into the light?
Yes.
Does Cybil walk into the light?
Cybil will follow.
Okay. What about Kiesel?
Kiesel's going to try and stop Alfred, I think. Hey. Oh, no, wait. And just go charging in.
But what about Sentry? Salinas? Like,
at this point, what's going on? What just happened? That looks weird.
DM, is the screen still there?
No.
Okay.
Alfred's wall would be there for whatever the duration is. But yes, Salinas' spell is gone.
A minute. Yeah, Alfred's gonna like however Kiesel is like standing, he's just gonna like brush him off and walk through.
Okay.
Yeah, Yofordir's gonna walk around, probably as Alfred's walking through, like, what's going on? What is this? Where are the
And-
others?
Yeah, as Alfred just like runs through, he's like, they're in here.
In where, Alfred?
You don't get a response before he walks through.
Yofordir's just gonna try to drip his ass. Shit,
Well,
we're all in it together. And he's gonna go through.
yep. Lonan and Folk. Lonan to look at Kiesel. Are we doing this?
Apparently, we didn't even get to talk about what's happening.
I don't know what's happening.
That's what I want to know.
For fuck's sake. These dumbasses. And Lonan will...
This is my favorite part.
Yeah.
You give me a glowing door?
Alright, does Kiesel follow Lonan?
I guess.
Like, what else
Case
is
will
he
just
gonna...
stays by himself. Just, I'm good.
Ernie
No,
gets
'cause
back. Hey, where the hell are you guys?
I want Ernie to be able to play the next session.
Yeah.
Hey guys, what happened to our snow rams?
It's a problem for next session.
They're wrapped around a tree somewhere.
Like 10 feet off.
They're rat
Yeah.
kinging, just like all in a circle.
It's just slowly cutting through the tree.
I feel like they would cut
Solidly.
through the rope. I feel like the
Alright.
rope would go first.
Zedri and Salinas. One moment, you're looking at through a yellow screen, a bunch of monsters, plant monsters attacking you. Zedri getting laid into by these creatures as they just rip and shred at you as much as they can. And then in a snap, find yourself in a vacant void. But not like the dream with the Oracle. Looking out, it's like a never-ending star-filled sky. And even looking down, although the ground is solid beneath your feet, it looks like an endless star-filled sky below you as well. And about 100 feet off in the distance, directly in front of you, see a very similar looking archway that appears to lead out into a very similar forest, similar trees, similar time of day, but with the sun coming from an opposite direction.
So, anything you want to say?
What?
The single worst spell I think I have ever seen you cast got us into this position.
Alright. Are you going to me?
I am absolutely going to blame you. First of all, it was under the pretense that I was going to be able to traverse through, but I don't think that you understand the implication that I have to actively apparate in a burst of flame, and I had to buffet Yofridir with that. And then because everything was so scrunched on the other side, the only place that I could really get in, because I didn't have view on the other side of the archway, was right there. So I was stuck there, I got attacked in the back, and now we're here. So I'll very much put this one on you.
And
Alright,
Zedri, as
yes,
you're shouting at Salinas, all this, like, your voice just, like, reverberates and echoes throughout this empty space.
Sure, yes, because I knew that there was going to be some weird-ass magic that happened inside the archway, so I purposely put it so that we would get stuck there. Yes, you looked through my master plan.
If the door is over there, then we should just go ahead and head over there. If we have to swim through this shit, I don't know. And Zedri will try walking?
You walk normally. It's like you're on a solid surface. As you go to start walking, Alfred, you feel this wave of dizziness come over you as you step through, and kind of an uncomfortable, like you're stepping and trying to think of a good example. It's like you're stepping and then flipping upside down. So like you lose your balance and lose any sort of solid ground underneath you for a second, and then it's like you're right back on top and step out into this starry expanse right behind your two friends as Zedri starts marching off towards this same gate that you see at the far side, which the scene through the gate looks very much like the one you saw looking from the outside of this archway.
Yeah, Alfred will chase after Zedri and call out to him. Zedri, wait!
Oh, but... Okay. I reserve judgment if you're here too. How did you get here?
you guys disappeared in front of me, and then the archway was still glowing blue, and there was this, well, that, as he points towards the view that we see, uh, that is what I saw, and I don't know, I had to follow you.
And I will note that if you look back where you came from, there is no pathway going back. But Alfred, if you look back, you see Cybil just like cowering and horribly scared, standing, coming through this very disorienting passage.
Oh, Alfred will like look to Zedri, and then he'll run back to Cybil and just sort of like kneel down towards her and like start petting her and like consoling her.
And as you do that, Yelfredir passes through. A short while later, Lonan passes through. And reluctantly, a little bit later, Kiesel passes through.
Yeah, as Lonan's gonna say, maybe we don't walk into strange. Oh shit. This. What?
Hello.
Oh, we found Zedri and Salinas at least.
Congrats.
The fuck is going on here?
Like I know, we gotta go that way, obviously. And Zidru will continue marching, and he'll kind of whistle for his firebird to perch on his shoulder.
Lonan's gonna turn to Folk and say in
Folk's
Draconic.
not there.
Folk's not.
And neither is the Firebird.
Ooh.
I don't know why I
Take
feel like
steps. Go ahead.
I feel like Lonan and Zedri, as soon as they both realize their like companions aren't there, they just like lock eyes and just like, oh shit. Fuck.
Zedri, do you change anything by you whistling and getting no response?
Zidru will just kind of like tuck his arm, and he'll just walk a little bit quicker. Now that we are not in combat, that would prompt back the wind it back spell. Does it feel like there's some sort of ominous force like above us that would keep me from moving with a quicken pace? Okay.
No, but you don't feel you have the quicken pace.
Okay.
Are you walking again?
Yeah, he'll walk towards the archway.
All right. As Zedri starts to walk, any of you that choose to follow, you would all notice the same thing, that you're walking towards a destination. It's a fixed point on the horizon to be walking towards. Yet, with every step, you don't feel like you're moving closer to it. It's like you're just walking in place, like on a treadmill, or walking backwards on a moving sidewalk. And you notice that the star field that is the expanse around you starts to take on a slightly different color, more of a reddish hue. Go to our red lights. As you glance down to your feet, just like, is something not mechanically working with your feet? Is there something changing with the ground? You notice that the floor has transformed into some sort of a thick, viscous liquid. It seems to cling to your feet, working against your efforts to move forward. And this liquid has just this deep reddish purple color to it. And it starts to turn into inky tendrils flowing up your feet and legs, coming up over your body to the point where it gets up to your waist and is holding you in place, each of you, wherever you are at in this chamber, what seems like an endless chamber that is not as large feeling now that the starry expanse has gone away and it's shifted to more of a reddish fog.
And any attempts to physically remove the mass is like met with resistance. Like,
Yeah,
if I try
basically that anything you do to try and like peel it away or push it away, it just redoubles its efforts and moves. AJ will get this reference. I don't know how many of the rest of you will. Think Venom symbiote type climbing up you.
No,
Yeah.
perfect. Hopefully Alfred is far enough away from everyone else. Alfred is going to hopefully be able to still reach into his pack, grab a little air horn, and he is going to smash the button and cast Thunderwave.
It's not the symbiote. It just looks like
Burn the spell. No, burn the spell. It runs.
It's what he does.
You attempt it. Nothing happens.
Okay.
You can get your device out and it's there, but the device, to you, it seems like it malfunctioned. Your mechanical doodad is not doing what it's supposed to.
So, did I burn the spell then? Like, I fully intended to use it. That's not the issue. It's like, does the match...
for mechanics purposes, no.
Okay.
But as far as you're concerned, you feel like you've done, expended this energy. You feel like you did it.
Does Lonan
go ahead.
still have concentration on her flame arrows?
Is she still concentrating on him?
She was.
What's the...
It's an hour.
We'll say you believe you do. If you look at your arrows or inspect your arrows to see if there's any sign that they're magically charged, there is no sign that they're magically charged.
Hey, who turned off the lights?
Yeah, for sake of simplicity, every sign points to magic is cut off here.
Cool.
As each of you kind of settle into this panic of this whatever it is coming over, climbing up your legs, climbing up your body, you hear an otherworldly voice come as if it's coming out from the fog itself. Doctrum visud mein dominium servilinites. In a language none of you know, none of you understand.
Huh?
And that's where we'll end tonight.
One last. Huh?
And that is where we will pick up next week with our Halloween episode. As we find out who's speaking from the red fog.
Katisha's back, y'all.
I hope everybody enjoyed the flashbacks to really old things from this campaign. And guess what? Next week, there'll be more. And quite possibly, depending on how you play next week. Sorry, Dustin. This may be the most revealing sessions of Cybil's Spear yet.
Dustin, how important is the thing you have next week? You might have to skip it.
I mean,
I don't
Right.
actually mean that, dude. Like, obviously
your
respect
thing.
your...
Do your
yeah,
thing.
do your own thing. I was
Yeah.
joking.
I was not intending that as being a, hey, I'm going to try and twist your
Oh,
arm
I
into
know.
showing up.
Yeah.
I know.
But we
I've already
tease
bought
each other.
I've already bought my entry fee.
Oh, honey.
Hey, they need all the entry like in advance so they can get it's an $1,800 cash prize.
Ooh.
Ooh.
And then they also have like other goodies for the other competitors.
What
Oh, that's
time is the thing?
It's it's broken up into like kind of three parts. There's two like prior sessions where you
Okay,
basically
before you
like
guys get
oh
into
yeah
the
yeah
in-depth part,
Sorry.
let's wrap up the VOD part. So
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, those of you watching out there on demand, thanks for tuning in. If you're tuning into this the week of October 19th, come watch live on October 26th as we wrap up this little mini arc and continue book 3. And we'll be continuing the giveaway. We may have some other goodies and some other fun things that we do. Assuming I can get my costume here on time, I will have a costume
I
as
will
I dress up in
too.
whatever this thing is. So
I'm gonna try and find something at Goodwill tomorrow.
but yeah, till then, thanks for tuning in. Keep tuning in. We appreciate it. Come watch live. If you aren't watching live, there's a little bit more fun to be had. You can force some rerolls to try and help out. Nobody in there to save Zedri from the crit on the rerolls tonight.
no
But alas, sometimes we got to take those hits. Especially if it opens up portals to otherworldly locations. But thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next week, VOD viewers.
goodbye y'all. Be safe.